Good afternoon, State of Michigan. Chief Meteorologist Joel Fritsma here. And we're going to move the camera over a little bit. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning now in effect up in the UP today. But again, this is going to be in the UP in Iron County specifically. You can see here on radar the orange box denotes where this is at. National Weather Service in Marquette. See if my audio is working here. Okay, my audio is working. National Weather Service in Marquette has issued the severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Iron County and south central upper Michigan until 2:15 Central Time at 1:13 Central. Severe thunderstorm is located 14 miles south of Kenton, or about 15 miles northwest of Iron River, moving east at 20 miles per hour. The hazard here is quarter-sized hail. Radar indicated damage to vehicles is expected. Locations impacted include a Mesa and US 141 between Covington and a Mesa itself. For your protection, move to an interior room in the lowest floor of a building. Now, it does say, again, winds less than 50 miles per hour. However, we're noticing here on radar, actually, let me go and check here. Yeah, there is a pocket on the back side of the cell right there. You see on the right side of your screen there at your velocity product. And that is where it looks to be some sort of downburst ongoing inside of this storm. So I would be intending to believe that this is probably going to be some severe winds, at least mixing in as well. But currently, again, in effect for 1-inch hail at the current time. Up in the top right, your eyes do not deceive you. That is actually Ben Richmond. He is live chasing all the way up in the Upper Peninsula today. And that is the road network out there in the Upper Peninsula on some of those back roads. Again, it's not really much of a chase per se, but he is in the vicinity of this severe thunderstorm warning right now near a mesa. So this is Iron County up in the UP. So this is going to be southwest central Upper Peninsula. We'll go back and change the radar here. You can see, just zooming out at the big picture, these storms are heading kind of off to the east-southeast-ish. But it's a giant complex that stretches all the way from the Wisconsin-Michigan border back in Gogebic County up to about Big Bay here in northern Marquette County. So this entire complex is heading across Marquette today. We do have, from yours truly here at MSC, a limited risk for severe weather today. And so far, as it stands right now, this is verifying that limited risk. We have that one cell currently in the severe thunderstorm warning. And in the UP, Iron County, this is not going to be a concern anywhere today for the Lower Peninsula. So if you're watching for the Lower Peninsula, you guys are good today. Again, this is an Upper Peninsula threat. The SPC doesn't even have a severe threat on this, but again, noticing on models overnight into this morning, I was picking up on a little bit of some colder, steeper lapse rates in the upper levels of the atmosphere, indicative of some nice cells producing some larger hail. And that's what we're seeing up here today. Especially here in Iron County right now, as you can see on radar, we look for on base reflectivity for these reds changing to pinks, purples. Even here, there are some pixels that are blacks. It is measured in dBz, and these values are around 66 to 70 dBz right now. Again, that would be some very, very large droplets, and when the droplets get so large and they're up elevated in those cooler levels of the atmosphere, they turn into super cooled liquid droplets and eventually form hail. And so that's what we're seeing out here today. I'm going to go ahead and take a 3D scan just to see what the core, how tall the core is out there. And the core, as of 5 minutes ago, was about 30,000 feet up, so that's well into the freezing layer. So that is likely producing some large 1-inch hail at the current time. It's just myself in here today. Ben and Drew are actually both on vacation, I believe, up in the UP today. And Ben is taking a break from his vacation to go chase for us. So, again, Ben is out there on some rural country road in Iron County, I believe, right now, heading towards the storm, I would imagine. Again, I don't have his dot on radar here, otherwise I'd be able to tell you. Let's see if I can pull him up on... and get a Zello reception here. Again, reception out there is also a little spotty right now, so we might not be able to connect with him. Hey, Ben, this is Joel. Do you have a copy? Let's see if he responds. do not believe he has got his thing connected right now. But we do have a view. Again, his view is this. This is the UP. This is what it looks like to chase in the UP. You can actually kind of see in the center of your screen there some of the anvil, I believe, from the severe storm up ahead. We can go ahead and take his audio in here just to see what he is talking about and looking at on stream.
That line of storms that is north of us is really taking off too. Look, Covington.
Yeah.
But we're on the leading cells. Those are the ones you want.
Yep.
Lower cloud bases, instability, and the prime shear. Puddle. Do you think you guys having fun yet?
Yeah.
Hey, Moose, can you handle it?
Can you handle it?
That was a live audio listen in for Ben. I believe there's a little bit of an echo on that. Not sure why, but it is his YouTube stream, so it's probably that reasoning right there. Again, he has a really nice view on this storm right now. Kind of in the trees. I wouldn't say a great view, but you can at least see some of the clouds up there at the top of the screen as he wanders through the forest here in the Upper Peninsula. Again, severe thunderstorm warning in effect right now for central western Iron County, heading towards a mesa. And the storm will continue to head that direction. We also have a bunch of different cells all up and down this line, likely producing smaller hail. We'll go ahead and turn on our vertically integrated liquid product. You can see all the different little cores out there right now, all up and down this line from Trout Creek all the way up towards Big Bay. Every single one of these specks you can see in here has the potential to be producing at least some pea-sized hail at the very least. Obviously, we have our main core here with a severe thunderstorm warned storm in Iron County. Oh, it looks like he's back onto a main road there in the top right. See if I can get his attention by chance. So the warning has been trimmed just ever so slightly. You see that orange box has been trimmed back just a little bit to the east by maybe a half a mile. Amasaw, that's what it was. I figured it was different. Last time we did this, I remember the first part was a little different, so thank you for that correction there. I'm gonna go ahead and, Julia, if you're watching, I'm gonna go ahead and put that updated link in your prompt for you. Because it wasn't, I was trying to get it updated before the warning came in, and my Facebook wasn't loading. So it should be in now if you are watching.
Hey Joel, can you hear me?
Yep, got you loud and clear, Ben. Thank you. If your name is green, that means you have been gifted a membership here on YouTube because you are a subscriber. So congrats. Severe thunderstorm warning continues here across Iron County in the Upper Peninsula until 2:15 Central Time. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and switch our crawler here into Central Daylight Time so we can kind of make it more accurate for those in the Upper Peninsula if I can find it. There it is. So that is now going to be in Central Time at the bottom of the screen, as this is where the only severe thunderstorm warning is in effect at the current time. If you're in Eastern, just add an hour to it. But as it stands right now, these storms are not severe in Eastern time at all. But you can see this line really has developed over the last 3 to 5 scans here, all up and down M28, pretty much all the way across from Trout Creek up to Astoria. And again, this is heading right down M28, US 41 towards Ismaring and Marquette at some point. It should continue throughout the day, and we will stay live here as long as this line looks threatening and stays severe. See if is Ben frozen or is he just parked there? Looks like he is parked on the side of the road. He is in Amossaw, facing southeast. Yeah, that is live. Ben, if you want to update your dot or give the viewers who are watching an update here on Zello, feel free to do so.
We're about just 2 miles north of Amasa, Michigan, and we're repositioning right now. We're trying to find an open area. The terrain here is pretty rugged, but keeping a close eye on the storm here.
Sounds good. Thank you very much.
No problem.
So he's on the move again. Just making a kind of a 180 here. And back into the forest. So he was near some railroad tracks. So his signal cuts out for a second. I'm going to go ahead and try and figure out exactly where that was at. There's not too many distinguishing features out there, but he is near Amossaw right now. Yeah, he's... Okay, he is north of Amossaw as mentioned, and he is going to be... I'm kind of matching it up with satellite here. He's actually really far north. That storm's actually probably going to slide just to the south of him. That was a dead-end road that he was turning onto as well, so... At least I believe. According to Google Maps it is. I imagine it probably goes back as like a snowmobile trail, but... yeah, he is just on the northeast corner of the storm. Again, for those just tuning in, severe thunderstorm warning for west central Iron County in the Upper Peninsula in effect until 2:15 Central Time, not Eastern. The southernmost counties in the UP, as a fun fact, is all in Central Time. So that would be Gogebic, Iron, Dickinson, and Menominee counties here. And these storms are rolling off to the east, east-southeast at about 20 miles per hour, so relatively slow. Could result in some good downpours out there too today. But the main threat right now is perhaps upwards of 1-inch hail falling within this storm. Let's look at our updraft strength on these cells right now. You can see there's one cell popping up over Iron River, and that is heading actually up into the severe warned storm. So again, that could be a merger. What we have with a merger.
Guys, I got a view of the storm here, right at the edge of this driveway here, so...
Thank you. I will take you back live. Yeah. That's the core right there. But as mentioned, I'm going to pop up my radar in the bottom left. So what's happening here, down at the bottom left corner of your screen, is you have a cell in Iron River, and the main cell that's severe warned heading towards Amasa. Those are heading kind of together at the same time. So when those collide, that could, produce extra lift, get those updrafts building just as high. Well, it's something we'll have to watch out for in the coming minutes to see if it, gives it a little more oomph and produces, maybe even double the hail, double the winds. A lot of funky things can happen. We're also watching our wind as well behind the scenes right now, which does show signs of an elevated meso. So a little bit of rotation in there right now. But overall, it looks like it's just damaging. This would be damaging winds at the very least, but mainly still that hail threat. Correlation coefficient radar right now is showing some yellows and greens in the pocket down there. That is, again, where non-uniform meteorological objects are tumbling around.
There is lightning being produced by the storm, so can't believe this is pretty cool.
This is a live view
You
of
for chasing.
Ben's cam here.
That's
in
right.
Upper Peninsula.
I love it.
I couldn't have picked a better vacation spot for you, really.
For real. Ooh, big bolt. It's pretty cool to watch it from here.
Hey, I saw another one right over there.
Right over there?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna see quite a bit of lightning on this one. This one's a pretty strong storm.
To repeat,
My current location is just northwest of Amasa. That's where we're at.
There is no severe threat in the lower peninsula today. There will be thunderstorms potentially later this afternoon into the evening hours and overnight, but those are not expected to be severe at all. So again, this is just an upper peninsula threat today.
I will not be chasing in southeast Michigan tomorrow. I will not make it down there in time. That is a 10-hour drive. And I'm technically on a little vacation. Just turns out storm chasing tied into it pretty well. Marquette might get something. I was looking at the HRRR model previously, and it did show a cell popping up just to the west of Marquette. And there's some storms that are popping up there, so you'll see some thunderstorms today. There was another bolt right over there. Yeah, it's nice to have actually found a view. Mark, this is the first severe storm I've ever chased in the Upper Peninsula.
Yeah, buddy.
Woo!
Making history.
This is a live view of Ben near Amasa in the Upper Peninsula, where the severe thunderstorm warning is currently ongoing with potential for 1-inch hail. He's looking right into it right now. You can see very hard to find a good viewing point, but he has found one. Looks like he's going to get back into his car and perhaps relocate or just put his phone in the dash there. Again, lightning is getting a little close. So flip on the SPC severe weather outlook for today. They actually did just add a marginal risk for the Upper Peninsula. Just noticed that. So the marginal risk was added by the SPC. It was first called by us here this morning at Michigan Storm Chasers, released in our morning forecast package. Level 1 severe risk before the SPC did, and the SPC finally decided to also follow suit. So again, this is likely... This is likely due to large hail and potentially damaging winds today. I'm going to go ahead and check the discussion behind the scenes here. Tiny little marginal. Yes, 5% for wind, 5% for hail. That lines up exactly with our Outlook maps as well. Looks like Ben is heading back towards US 141 at the current time. Again, he's still in the Amasa area, but he's still north of town at the current time. Once he gets out onto the main road, we'll know for sure. Okay, still have a merger coming up from the south here. Again, we're watching these two cells collide eventually here in the next probably 30 minutes. Otherwise, no other severe thunderstorm warnings in effect at the current time. Again, we're just watching two potent lines right now, mainly in Baraga and Iron County, also starting to extend into Marquette County, and extends as far back off to the west as far eastern Gogebic County. Our Twitch account is MI Storm Chasers. That's our username. That can be found on all of our social medias. So again, no severe weather expected today in anywhere really in the lower peninsula. There could be a pop-up thunderstorm later this afternoon and evening, given the instability out there. But overall, no severe weather expected today in the lower peninsula. This is only an upper peninsula threat. We do have a new special weather statement coming in here. The details read 40-mile-per-hour winds and half-inch size hail possible. And this is going to be for southern Baraga and far southeastern Houghton. I'm gonna have to. The annoying thing about this is I have to flip the radars back and forth just to get that box on the screen. There it is. So there is the special weather statement now coming in. You can see this little, I don't even know what to call it, just a parallelogram of some sorts here. It is a polygon though, Nestoria, Covington. The text says at 2:37 p.m. Eastern, Doppler radar was tracking strong thunderstorms along the line extending from 7 miles southeast of Alberta to near Covington to near Sidnaw, moving east at 25 miles per hour. 40-mile-per-hour winds, half-inch hail are possible with this storm, so this is also approaching severe limits if it can increase its hail by double. Minor hail damage to vegetation is possible. Locations impacted by this strong thunderstorm include Covington, Three Lakes, US 141 between Covington and Amasa, Craig Lake State Park, Ned Lake, and King Lake. That is that new special weather statement in Eastern time. Back down here in Central time, we still have the severe thunderstorm warning in effect till 2:15. Current time right now on the bottom of your screen, we are rolling to about 1:40, which is in Central. 2:40 Eastern. Gonna have Chief Meteorologist Joel Fritsma here with Michigan Storm Chasers, tracking these severe storms today. Again, we got you covered from beginning to end, no matter where the severe weather is happening in the state, and that is true here again today. Ben is back on US 141 there. I believe he is relocating, I would imagine, to the south, given that cloud orientation out there. So I think he's heading back into town. Oh, just when I thought he said he was, he looks like he's turning around. Turning around and pulling over. Or something. Do continue to trim that box a little bit further. Still outside of Amossaw at the current time. Again, moving in 25 it's pretty slow. I'm also going to get my camera on something better here. Give me 1 second for y'all. You'll see me in just a second. There we go. So again, it's just myself here right now. Chief Meteorologist Joel Fritsma, alongside, I guess you could say, Ben, who's chasing up there in the Upper Peninsula near Amossaw at the current time, north of Crystal Falls. This is, again, a west central Iron County threat at the current time. We're also watching a line of strong thunderstorms now developing across southern Baraga County, moving into Marquette County. So this is moving towards downtown Marquette, Ishpeming, campus of Northern Michigan University, as well as perhaps Big Bay. Although I would say at this point it's sliding more to the south, right down again US 41 through central Marquette County at some point once it gets there. But right now heading into Nestoria and Covington as we speak. Severe thunderstorm warning again remains in effect till 2:15 Central for Amossaw. Again, as mentioned on our forecast posts earlier this morning, did expect a limited risk for severe weather across the UP today. So make sure you are following us on one of our social media platforms that we do post posts on, whether that's X or Facebook and sometimes Instagram. Username is MI Storm Chasers, or if you type in Michigan Storm Chasers, you should be able to find it. We posted this morning's forecast at around, I think it was like 11 a.m. A limited risk is a level 1 of 6 on our scale, which is a 1 to 4% chance to see either damaging winds or hail. And as it stands right now, that one storm right there is validating that 1 to 4% risk. What? What did you say, Ben? I didn't catch that.
We're right in Amossaw right now.
Okay, he is in. Oh, there we go. That's a good view. See if I can get him live. Oh yeah, beautiful shot.
It's a gorgeous storm. Rising scud motion right there. Got the rain starting to fall. Heavy drops. Uper Trooper subscribed. Check it out, see the rotating motion there? Look at that.
Oh, yeah.
What in the world?
Should we back up a little bit? Maybe.
No, I think we're good.
Dude, these are some big drops.
Hey, Ben, do watch out, Ben, if you are looking to the west there.
starting to show a merger to the south.
Okay, that's good to know. He just said there's a cell merger happening with this storm. That usually can intensify and possibly produce a
Good
tornado.
delay.
But do you see that rotating motion? Copy that, Joel. Thanks. Watching. All right, let's look at radar. Yep, that's going to be a cell merger.
What does cell merger mean?
Basically, it's when two cells come together. Usually that causes some interesting interactions between storms. So, just be worth watching. Lots of rising motion right here. You see the deer? You could.
That's interesting.
Yeah. It's kind of cool there's just a deer sitting there.
Yeah, sounds like feeding time now.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Locals can just go up to him and pet him.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, I see that. Got good rising motion there. It might be trying to form a base here.
I don't know, it's really windy though.
Again, this is in the Upper Peninsula. No severe threat for the Lower
This
Peninsula
is
today.
the updraft. The mezzo, right here. It might be back even in there, but we are right on the southern flank of this. If anything were to happen on this storm, that would be like a funnel or anything. It'd be right here, but there's nothing yet. Pretty cool, guys, right?
Yeah.
You guys got a good one today. What?
It's probably gonna hit into a tornado.
I don't know. A lot of things have to come together for that to happen. Here come the heavy precip drops.
Hey, you might want to get your umbrella and just hold it above your phone.
Well, yeah. That turned me into a lightning rod at the same time.
Yeah, that's a tornado.
All right. Let's go roll up the windows, guys.
Yeah, okay.
Woo!
Okay.
That's some heavy precip too.
That just bombed it. That just hit it. Hey, quick.
I wonder if this road we could turn towards it and still get a nice view of it. What do we think? Oh, oh yeah. Let's turn onto that road and just watch it for a minute. That was weird. Yeah. Good precip happening here. Alright, we're just gonna briefly turn on this road. See? Oh, wow, yeah. Great view. Great view of the mezzo. That's your mezzo. This is perfect.
If there is a tornado, would you go right under it?
No, I'm not that kind of chaser. I'm just the one to report on it when it happens, you know? And we are in the right spot to see if it happens. This is it right here, the mezzo.
Oh, look at this. Perfect. Those running out of juice.
See this cell right to our south right here. That cell right there is merging with this one. And when that happens, it can either weaken it or strengthen it. There's still a lot to learn about them, but we might have.
Severe thunderstorm warning has been trimmed a little more on the northern extent. You can see in the bottom left corner of your screen the live radar for Amasa. And this live audio is coming from Ben Richmond, who is in the vicinity.
my flashers just so people know that I'm gonna be moving around a lot. That's moving in. That's moving pretty quick right there. That rising motion. Yeah, it looks like it's even further south. Be the meso now. It's the mesocycle. Could be an updraft cycle. So I'd like to get a view of that. There's even more areas rotating behind this too. I might have to put this down all the way. It's not able to pull my lever. Sorry. Let me unscrew it. There.
For those just tuning in, there's one severe thunderstorm warning in the state for Iron County, Amasa, in effect till 2:15 Central, for 1 inch hail.
Thank you, Yui. We need to go a little further south, I think. Updraft cycle south. Yeah. I think these cells are gonna strengthen each other a little bit. But it is moving south. Let's see if we can get. Oh, that was right next to us.
Oh, yeah.
Lightning. See if we can hear it.
Yeah, if you go right, there's another road that kind of goes more south.
Yeah.
Yeah, right off from this.
There's your thunder. All right, let's go. There's another road you set up here?
Yeah, take the next right.
Okay, great. We're kind of in between two narrow gaps of no rain.
Somebody's house or something there. That's all.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Trails.
That's good.
Yeah. Take the next right.
Iron River. Oh, look at this meso here. You can see it right here. Here it is. This is good.
Oh, wow.
This is real good. Right here even. This is a great view. Back a little further was.
I think we can make it better if we go forward.
You think so? Let's do it.
Maybe.
If not, we can turn around.
I hope. I don't know.
Oh yeah, you're right. Look. The curve.
Yep. Oh, look out. Look at that.
Oh man.
Look how dark it is over there. Though.
Yeah, it's dark on.
There's another road that goes.
That's your merging cell right here. That cell's intensifying to the south right now.
Sure is.
Because we're looking west. This is due west actually. Yeah. Beautiful. There's your outflow winds being shoved out there.
Oh, look how dark it is over here.
Yeah, let's take a look at that. Let's
Pull up to that road, maybe.
yeah. If not, we can pull a Yui and go back there. Despite terrible. Oh, I didn't realize this truck was gonna be right behind me.
Oh.
All right, let's just pull off right over here.
Oh, that's nice.
Look at that.
Yep, that's all heavy precip right there. I'm gonna step out while there's no rain.
Yeah.
Just keep in mind there is lightning, but wow,
Wow, look at that.
rising motion right here again.
It's gonna take him full.
Look at that. Look at that big ol' rain shaft right there.
One question, man.
What's up?
Can thunder go, like, can lightning go, through cement?
Through concrete?
Yeah.
That depends. Usually no.
Okay, good. But
Lightning
God could do
travels very
anything.
well through water.
God could do
Wow,
anything.
this might be a mic. Oh. That could be a maybe a microburst or a downburst. That right there looks a little intense. I think we might have some damaging winds in that. Possibly. Because see how there's like a well-defined inflow right here, outflow backside.
This one here is trying to connect them.
So this cell down here is merging with this one, and this cloud links it together.
That's crazy.
Oh!
Holy cow.
Wow! I did. All right, we may want to get in the car. I didn't like that. Wow. Yep. That was very close to us. That was probably maybe not coming away. Not even a mile. After that, we probably want to just chill in the car with lightning that close. This thing, I think, is still picking up some steam. Let's go back to the intersection and watch that portion of the storm there.
That was wild.
That was a very intense volt.
That was literally right over there.
Yeah.
That was closer to us than mine was when we went yesterday for lightning.
Yeah.
Again, this is a live shot from Ben in Amsaw, Michigan. Up in the Upper Peninsula, severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect here for another about, probably 15, 18 more minutes. And it is, again, is in Iron County, Michigan, north of Crystal Falls. Radar's in the bottom left corner of your screen right now. What's happening down there at the bottom of the screen is we actually have what's called a cell merger ongoing. You heard that in Ben's cam. Basically, a cell merger, what happens is when you have two cells come together from two different directions, they can kind of combine and do a little bit of funkiness. That could result in maybe a spin-up tornado. Enhances just the storm overall. Enhances the storm overall and maybe produce more intense winds and hail. Yes, we did, Ben. Thank you for that shot. We got you still live full. Go back and take his audio live. Yes, we did, Ben. Thank you for that shot. We got you still live full.
Sweet. Very cool.
What is that up there?
That up there, this is a shelf cloud. So basically,
It looks like a funnel.
that would not be a funnel. That is just a lower portion of this. Part of this is strong outflow winds, I betcha. Right there. My anemometer's in the bag.
We do apologize for the poor quality. Again,
My
this is the
anemometer,
Upper
we can
Peninsula.
measure wind speeds.
Oh, what are they?
It's also getting underneath the storm, so these tall updrafts may be blocking out the signal just a little bit.
No wind right now. My guess is it'll probably pick up. Look at that.
Oh, now it's winded.
Yep. Oh, lightning again.
30. Are you watching it like that? Can we watch it?
Here comes the wind, you guys.
Okay.
I think there's going to be some gusty winds coming off this. That's an incredible cloud right there. It's an incredible mezzo. Wind speed's not even 10 miles an hour yet.
Not even 10. Ooh-wee.
I think we're going to drive a little bit north. And then the storm to the south also, the storm to the west is even picking up more steam too. Let's drive into this thing. Ready?
Yep. Bring it.
Bring it on.
All right, here we go.
We'll get his cam back in just a second. That reception up there again is a little spotty, being underneath the storm. And also just being out where there's not that many towers.
But I'm going to lose any Starlink connection right now.
There we go. Even Starlink, he said his Starlink is struggling a little bit. So it goes to show you how powerful that storm is. The updraft height actually does matter in terms of your signal. So if you ever had poor signal in a thunderstorm, again, that's because these clouds are up 30,000 plus feet. I'll go ahead and check that out right now. Cloud tops on this storm are around 35,000-ish feet at the current time. Not really seeing any pixels over 40K at the current time, but that could change. Again, that storm is merging now with that cell is coming from the south. Wind-wise, see what's going on out there. Not a whole lot, but we still have more feeding into it. Again, on this velocity radar, we're looking for where we see these reds and greens come together. That could be rotation or perhaps a downburst. Potentially about 10 or 15 minutes ago here. Sorry, that was actually closer to a half hour ago. It looks like it was perhaps producing at least a good downburst over some rural parts of Iron County, but that has since gone away. Still some brighter greens in here, which does indicate some heavier winds. But at the current time, not seeing any reds at all. There's a little bit of darker reds in here, but that's like winds of like 5 to 10. So again, this is just looking very gusty in the outward direction from the thunderstorm at the current time. Looking up here to our storms in the Marquette and Baraga County region. Also a little gusty here across portions of the west central portions, north of US 41. So up to the north of County Road CV. And again, this is kind of just a normal line of thunderstorms at the current time. Winds of 40 are possible with this statement. There has not been a statement that I believe that has been extended into Marquette yet. But we could see one easily within the next couple minutes. Severe thunderstorm warning still remains in effect, though, for Amasa here in Iron County. To repeat, no severe weather is expected today in the lower peninsula. This is just a UP threat, mainly in portions of the central upper peninsula. Time is listed in the bottom of the screen as 2:03 Central, 3:03 Eastern. We have the time set in Central since that is where the only severe thunderstorm warning is in effect right now. To give you guys a little bit of a helping hand for those living in this area, north of Iron River and Crystal Falls, excuse me. And hopefully we get Ben's cam back at some point. But at the current time, that does not appear to be the case, as he is deep inside of that thunderstorm right now. Going to be watching this storm closely down here, just to the west of Crystal Falls. It looks like it's starting to get some sort of rear inflow into the storm, and again, that could be indicative of some weak rotation at some point. I'm going to go ahead and check meso-analysis behind the scenes just to see how our atmosphere is behaving out there. Hopefully not foul. It's not terrible. There's a lot of speed shear out there, so a lot of winds in the same direction, gradually getting higher in height. And a very, very tiny amounts of spin. Just enough to perhaps do a brief spin up. At the current time, it's not anything over the top by any means. The atmosphere itself is well saturated in this region of the state. And so that is why we're actually seeing all of these thunderstorms all up and down the line in this massive cluster that takes up 2 or 3 different counties. So that will continue as these storms continue off to the east, so long as it doesn't run into isolated pockets of dry air. Storms are heading off to the east-southeast, or mainly off to the east, at about 25 miles per hour, so it's going to take a while to get over towards Menominee, Delta, Marquette counties.
Okay, winds aren't too gusty here.
But eventually, we'll get there. Ben is in the downpour right now. Go ahead and take him back.
Gonna look at these other storms up in Marquette area real quick. Oh, it's time. I wonder why it's popping up in my thing.
This is channel right now.
Yeah, I wish it was a little back.
Looks like we've lost his reception here. Again, still underneath that thunderstorm. I believe at the current time we do have a supercell now forming on that southern flank. I'm going to go ahead and take radar back full here real quick. It does appear that's what it's trying to do. You can see this distinct kidney bean shape on the screen. This is what we look for here.
South Africa.
I'm going to go ahead and mute him while I talk over radar. We're looking at these shapes that just make a little bit of like a backwards C kind of. That would be a sign of at least some sort of supercell forming, essentially, and that is what we're getting right now. Again, the shear profiles out there today do kind of make this sort of shape. It's kind of elongated, though, as you can see. The storm is getting blown off to the east very, very, very far. But again, at the low levels, there is a tiny bit of low-level spin out there, just enough to perhaps sneak down some rotation to the surface and perhaps produce a quick tornado. Current time, though, not really seeing anything that is indicative of strong rotation, but you can see some reds and greens starting to pop up there in that vicinity, so it is some sort of meso that could be forming and likely is forming. Do you have a new special weather statement coming in? I'm going to have to do the little radar change again. Switch it from south back to north. Looks like it's going to be for this entire complex. And it is. So this entire tan box here you see on your screen, that is the new special weather statement issued by the National Weather Service Marquette about a minute ago. At 2:07 Central, Doppler radar was tracking strong thunderstorms along a line extending from Amasa to near Iron River to 10 miles west of Stambaugh. Movement was southeast at 20. Hazards are wind gusts of 40 and half-inch hail, kind of similar to the first statement that was out there before we went severe storm warned about an hour ago. So again, 40-mile-per-hour winds, half-inch hail. Its radar indicated gusty winds could knock down tree limbs and blow around unsecured objects. Minor hail damage to vegetation is possible, and locations impacted by this strong thunderstorm include Iron River, Crystal Falls, Stambaugh, Amasa, Caspian, Gastra, Way Dam, Biwabik State Park, Hagerman Lake, and Mineral Hills. And we do have some good news coming in here. It appears that our severe thunderstorm warning is in the process of being canceled a couple minutes early here. It'll pop up. The bottom bar does not have the warning anymore. But the orange box is still on the screen. We'll see that probably pop off here in about a minute or less. See, the highest active alert on the screen is a special weather statement. So zooming out, this is, for those just tuning in, this is well off and up in the UP. So nowhere near the lower peninsula today. This is where severe will stay. Some thunderstorms are possible across the lower peninsula this afternoon. However, not expected to be severe. We did put a thunderstorm category out there for west and southwest Michigan just as a precaution. Overnight tonight, thunderstorms may pop up more frequently, leading to what will be potentially a severe risk for tomorrow, which the Storm Prediction Center has gone ahead and placed their level 1 risk out for tomorrow for eastern Michigan. So we'll have more on that starting later tonight, moving into tomorrow morning. Ben is still struggling with some reception, but he does have audio. Or did. It was popping up down here. While we do have a moment here, I'm going to go ahead and shout out a couple of our super chats / members. So we have Dawn Green becoming an EF0 member here on our YouTube channel. Thank you very much, Dawn. We also have Red Dozier back with a $20 super chat, one of our longtime donors here, saying, "Hi everyone, looks like I'm going back out to waters. Labor awaits." Have fun with your gardening today there, Red, down there in southern Michigan. Thank you for your support as always.
Working.
Yeah. Back? Oh, looks like it is. Slowly but surely.
It's trying.
Yeah. Needed, I can do a full reset of it. Good lightning.
Yeah, it's going to keep happening, bouncing in and out of service like that. Radar seems to be depicting some very strong winds. It could be a side lobe, but some stronger winds might be developing and perhaps even some rotation, as mentioned here, as this storm kind of merges. But again, this will be heading towards Crystal Falls at the current time. This is very close to the Wisconsin border, so more of a southern Iron County risk now at the current time. Still kind of trickling off towards Dickinson County, but no threat yet for Dickinson County. Still moving off to the east, southeast, about 25 miles per hour, as mentioned in the text for these statements. And previously, that severe thunderstorm warning, which is right there. There we go. That's what I was looking for. I didn't have the velocity quite right, but it still does have a lot of greens and reds next to each other, so we'll keep an eye on this. Right side of your screen there, that is your velocity signature, which is the measurement of winds inbound and outbound from the radar site. Correlation coefficient, we'll switch over to that radar here by single boxing it. And in this radar, for those who are new here, correlation coefficient is the measurement of uniform objects and non-uniform objects tumbling around in the atmosphere. Anywhere where you see these kind of reddish, purplish hues kind of out and around the thunderstorm, that's going to be your uniform objects, such as raindrops and snow droplets. Inside the middle of the storm here, or the reds kind of turned more of an orange, a yellow, and some greens. That is likely some
we're right between
non-uniform objects, such as hail. And we kind of cross-reference that with our vertically integrated liquid product. Kind of shows you exactly where the cores would be. ZDR, updraft versus downdraft. There's a lot of different products we use to cross-reference here. Give me some hail right in there. Of course, now it literally just disappeared. So just like that. It looks like this is now officially handing off to the cell that came in from the
Yep,
south.
everything's being filmed on my GoPro also. Let's get it.
So what's this one going to do? It's going south.
If you can't see it behind Ben's nameplate, it does say Iron River, Michigan, so it looks like he's heading further south now in the county. So he is more on the second cell now that is starting to increase in strength.
Tightening rotation there. I don't know. I'm not sure if we'll be able to catch that or not. Hello from the Netherlands.
Oh, there goes it.
All these cells just
Getting ready to head right into them. We catch them at 2.
yeah. If we go south from Iron River to, if we go into Wisconsin, I don't know what you guys think about that.
I don't care.
Alright, let's see if we can get to Tipier and then go east towards Florence.
You still alive with the storm gauges?
Yeah. That's, well, they might have cut their stream. I'm not sure. Let's see what stream op says. Good pizza on Iron River, they say.
Go have some.
Yeah, Dawn can't have it.
Yeah.
It's a good time to go get it.
Yeah.
She got plenty of food at home. She'll be alright. Love you, honey.
We still got you live, Ben. Oh. Oh, this.
It appears we are hopping out of coverage again. It's going to be the kind of the theme here as he chases, I believe, somewhere along US 2 at the current time. I'm not sure. But he is near Iron River. The cell continues to impress as the reds and greens are very distinct now, starting to get a little bit brighter and closer together. So we're watching this right side of the screen here. This radar here is your velocity couplet. If those start to get super bright next to each other, they may pull the trigger on perhaps a tornado warning, as this is indicative of at least some weak rotation at the current time. This is a somewhat of an elevated / surface-based supercell, kind of a mid-range.
Yeah, cell service. Yeah, this is getting into. Wow, there's good lightning right now.
Can't even catch a break. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning coming in right now. So, new severe thunderstorm warning coming in. This new orange box on your screen has just been issued. National Weather Service in Marquette issued this for southeastern Iron County and south central Upper Peninsula until 3:15 Central at 2:20 Central Time. Severe thunderstorm is located over Crystal Falls, moving east at 25 miles per hour. This is now warned for both 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. It is radar indicated. Locations impacted by this thunderstorm. Let me turn off his audio real quick. Locations impacted by this severe thunderstorm include Crystal Falls, Alpha, Way Dam, Bewabik State Park, Stager, and PV Falls Dam. Again, 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-sized hail, moving east at 25 miles per hour. They do not have the tornado possible tag on this storm, but we are watching this for some slight rotation as it heads towards Alpha. This entire complex is kind of one congealing cell at the current time. Again, you can see on the right side of your screen, that is the radar we use for velocity. I'll keep repeating myself till I turn blue. We're looking at reds and greens close together. It could be a little bit side lobish, which means it's kind of a little far out away from the side of the thunderstorm, kind of contaminate a little bit. Nevertheless, it's something to be monitoring here as this continues down the road into Alpha, and eventually crossing 141 to the south of Crystal Falls. Kind of getting close to that Wisconsin border. It's sliding more south than east, I would have to imagine, at this current time. If you back it up really, really far, it seems like this is just kind of continuing to extend downward. Might be a Wisconsin problem soon, but at the current time, this is a Michigan problem. And we do have that green shifting into the Alpha region. Let's see if Ben has a good view of anything other than rain. It looks like it's just rain. I imagine he's probably in like the middle slash back side of it right now, so he's kind of trailing behind it, if I had to assume. But we are watching this slightly for some, again, rotation heading into Alpha. The current time is warned for 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds.
So we can catch up to the storm out of the rain. I feel like if we're in the rain, we're not going to catch it.
sure doesn't even matter.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you all.
Alright, follow this stop sign.
Alright.
Go take a left and make State Junction.
Okay.
Sounds good. Thank you for that update. You said 424. I don't see it on the map, but you said South Iron River, so appreciate it. It gives me a good idea. That storm is still rotating as it's heading towards Alpha right now. Upper level rotation.
Yeah, just east Gastra. So we're almost to Gastra, and then we're going to cut east on 424.
Found it. Thank you. So it looks like he's trying to shoot down the southwest side of the storm. So he's way kind of behind it now. He's by Gastra, so he's on the back side of this for sure. So he's now out in front of it, which is a good sign. However, if you're in Crystal Falls and Alpha, be on alert for some strong winds, some 1-inch hail right now. The core of this is heading right over McLaren Road. That's an east-west road there. We have Tobin Alpha Road, which is a north-south road in the area that runs pretty much directly southwest out of Crystal Falls, also traveling right down Idlewild Road at the current time. That is one powerful looking storm. Continues to impress. There are still a lot of greens and reds mixing in this storm too. Go ahead and update our storm motion vector here. Behind the scenes, 280 at 21 knots. Yeah, this is that's quite the inflow region here for sure. A nice RFD on the back side. I would not be surprised if they upgrade the warning to have the tornado possible tag, or perhaps even put a tornado warning down if our gate-to-gate shear begins to look a little bit better again. It is still weaker at the current time, but we were watching this rotation right now. It is heading directly into Alpha, just on the south side of Crystal Falls. If you are in Crystal Falls right now, you are likely experiencing some hail. In fact, if we go ahead and pull my screen full real quick, you can see the right side of your screen, correlation coefficients now being displayed. All of that yellow and green in there is likely hail that is falling. So you have this entire quarter. If you match it up to the left side of the screen, that's going to be where all these pinks are located. That's your intensity of the rainfall that is falling. And when those raindrops get so big, they can sometimes turn into ice and form hailstones. And that's what we're seeing right now on this backside of the storm. You can see we're all wrapping into where the storm would have an inflow region where it could be rotating. So we always look for these kind of C-shaped storms if they are some sort of supercell. And that's what we're seeing out there as this is moving into the Alpha region just to the south side of downtown Crystal Falls. Crystal Falls, nevertheless, likely getting some hail at the current time. And that severe thunderstorm warning is in effect and rains in effect until 3:15 Central. Bottom of your screen, we're going to go ahead and switch this back to Central Time here. I realized I refreshed it. We're going to switch it back to Central Time since this warning is only for Central Time counties. And if this continues, it's impressive hook around the back side here, I would intend to believe that we could see a tornado warning at some point. Keep an eye on it though. It's got a nice hook on it. We'll wait, and we'll await another scan here in just a second. Latest scan was just now. I hope this continues to weaken. It's just a kind of a conglomerate of a supercell right now, but it is likely that there's still some very severe hail ongoing inside of this storm. Cloud tops now are actually billowing up and have improved. This is upwards of 45,000 feet now. You'll see on your screen here, I don't know if you can see that, but the radar product sometimes likes to put down little indicators where they believe certain hazards are going on. In this case, they put down a little 2-inch hail marker right on Tobin Alpha Road, just about 2 miles outside of Crystal Falls on the south side of town. Again, that is not exactly what's happening, but that is what the radar depicts and thinks that is happening based on all the products that are shooting into the storm from the radar site. Again, we use ZDR, correlation coefficient, vertically integrated liquid, you name it, radar has it, and that is what it's predicting is happening right now at this level. Again, we don't know for sure. If you do have hail reports coming in from this region, feel free to submit them to us via messenger. Otherwise, we do have a group called the Michigan Weather Reports on Facebook. It is a community page. Feel free to request to join. Make sure to answer the questions when you do. We do appreciate that very much. Make sure when you are reporting to report with exact time and location that it occurred, as well as a measurement if it is a hail report. We do have a new scan coming in. That hook is very, very impressive now, directly in alpha. Curious to see what this next scan shows on velocity. Oh yeah, that's impressive. Hard to tell. Again, it's so far away from radar, it's kind of tough to tell what's going on there. 3,700 feet off the ground. Let's go ahead and see what it shows from the Green Bay radar. Oh yeah, that thing is rotating like a top from the Green Bay radar. So that is going to start mixing to the ground, and that might need a tornado warning soon. I saw a new special weather statement that just came in, I believe. 40-mile-per-hour winds, pea-sized hail for Ishpeming, Palmer, and Harvey. Again, this is in the Upper Peninsula, Iron County, southeast Iron County. Just to the south of Crystal Falls, this storm is rotating like a top. I'm going to take a 3D scan behind the scenes here of rotation. The hail core on this, by the way, for those who are wondering, 33,000 feet. If you are in the path of this storm, you need to be taking precaution, your necessary steps now. If you're in the thunderstorm warning for very, very large hail. And 6-mile-per-hour winds and perhaps even a developing tornado. This does include downtown Alpha at the current time. Stager Lake Road, Snowmobile Trail. US 141 south of Crystal Falls, traveling down County Airport Road eventually in that general vicinity. We also have Rosick Drive. Not too many roads out there. But it is what it is if you live in this area and you know the landscape really well. It's very rural, but there is a lot of tiny roads out here that either don't have names or are dead-end roads. Little Bull Drive, Frickleton's Road, and PV Pond Roads. I believe this is probably PV Pond over here. All of these locations are going to be impacted by the storm. Wow, the rotation has really picked up on this. This continues to impress, and it is mixing down to the ground now. So again, if you are in southeast Iron County right now, please be taking shelter immediately. South of Alpha, south of Crystal Falls. Interior room, lowest floor. Again, the basement's the best place you want to be. Otherwise, if you don't have a basement, interior room. If you are in a trailer, you need to relocate if possible. If not, your interior room is going to be your best place. Specifically, a bathroom with a bathtub. Again, a bathtub is technically an extra set of walls for this storm. And that, wow, that rotation just continues to impress. Look at how bright those reds are now. Let's see if we can get to ZDR product here real quick. Some sort of, looks like it's downdrafting now. This could be rotating to the ground very, very soon. Speaking from a meteorological perspective, this does look like the early signs of tornado genesis. I would have to imagine, again, very, very nice, clean inflow region from the south here. Again, this is where all your winds are coming into the storm from the south. And you have a nice RFD surge in the backside here. Where that is meeting is directly over Alpha. I'm going to see if I can get Ben here real quick. Hey, Ben, I would just like to let you know, turn your attention to Alpha, Michigan. It looks like a tornado is about to develop on the ground there. If you could get over there at some point, that would be great. To not sit. This is in Michigan. Again, we are the Michigan Storm Chasers. This is we're only going to be covering Michigan unless we say otherwise. Again, this is southeast Iron County. And this is likely a potential tornado developing right now over Alpha. It's very tough to tell, especially with correlation coefficient right now. So here's what's happening right now. Correlation coefficient radar, again, detects things such as non-uniform objects tumbling around the atmosphere. It makes it tough when the inflow notch is also mixing with hail. So this could either be hail being tumbled around the atmosphere. Everywhere up and down this region where you see these greens and these blues and these yellows, that could be either hail or because debris is non-uniform. Okay, Ben is on it. So again, non-uniform objects, hail, or it could be debris. So again, we're watching this very, very closely at the current time.
There are trees down, our branches down along this roadway here, so.
So Ben is on the approach. I believe he's on the approach to from the west, in towards Alpha.
We got a tree blocking the road here in Alpha.
Sounds good. Feel free to send any pictures into our chat if possible. And if you find any more extended damage, feel free to also send that in. Thank you. Special alert statement from Marquette up here is for 40-mile-per-hour winds. This is just a normal thunderstorm, it looks like, at the current time. Could be a little gusty. But the main hazard right now is this severe warning storm moving into Alpha. They still don't have the tornado possible on this. And for those watching in Wisconsin, Florence County, Wisconsin, you do now have a severe thunderstorm warning there just across the border. This is for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds as well. I will say it looks like this latest scan a little more dysfunctional, but the reds, the RFD on the backside of the storm, still very, very powerful. And again, that notch here, this is definitely what we don't want to see, is when you see a little curl like that into the storm, that is indicative of some very strong inflow feeding in, and that will fuel any rotation into the storm right now. You can see the reds and the greens are very, very bright at the current time. But it is tough to tell what is exactly happening in there right now because there's a lot of hail being lofted around at the current time. I'm going to take a 3D slice of this potentially. Oh yeah, that's all hail being just tossed around up to like 25,000, 30,000 feet. Checking behind the scenes here again. That is a very, very powerful supercell in a marginal risk sort of day. And we're not done yet either. We still have more storms forming here across the region. Back off to the west here, southern Ontonagon County. It's a new cell there that continues to push off in kind of the same direction. This is in the upper peninsula of Michigan. The lower peninsula is in no threat today. So if you're watching from southeast Michigan, these storms are like very, very far away from you, and they're not expected to hit you guys anywhere today. You can actually see when you progress the radar how these winds are kind of just like churning inside the middle of the storm like that. The latest scan, again, doesn't really show too much green, just shows a lot of RFD on the back side. But again, this is still pretty far from the radar site, so we don't know what's happening below about 3,900 feet. So, for those just tuning in, severe thunderstorm warning, rains in effect, southeast iron, 60-mile-per-hour winds, 1-inch hail. The radar here has been depicting a nice hook on this storm as well, which is a sign of a very strong supercell. I believe it's starting to choke itself off, though. We're going to hope that's the case. However, if it is choking itself off, this could also be outflow dominant and produce some 60-mile-per-hour winds, which is likely what's ongoing here just south of Alpha on Kearney Dam Road and Buck Lake Road. Those are north-south roads in the area, just passed over Buck Lake Park Road. Ben is in the middle of the dead zone out there. Tough to tell what's going on. Top right of the screen, he is, again, approaching Alpha from the west, so he's on the backside of the storm. But he did report some tree damage in the area. Just on the west side of Alpha, so that could be either some sort of RFD surge type damage or perhaps even some tornado damage. Even with a cell like this, tough to tell. It's a little far away also from the radar site, but again, anything goes on a day like today where there's just a little amounts of shear out there. Tops of this storm are visible on the GR radar 250 miles away. I believe it. Now let's go ahead and zoom out and take a look at it from the Grand Rapids radar. If that is the case, oh yeah, look at that. Yep, 44,600 feet is the elevation on that storm from the Grand Rapids radar. I bet even if we go higher, we can still see it too. Upwards of, yeah, 52,500 feet. That is a very, very tall storm. Good news is my theory has come true here that inflow region has choked itself off, so now this is just becoming more of a damaging wind threat. From our comments, storm sirens going off from a distance in Crystal Falls. Sounds good. Thank you for that report. Appreciate it. Thank you, Ashley. Appreciate that report, as always. Also, again, if this continues to slide a little bit off to the southeast like it continues to do, again, it's moving right. You can see there's another merger coming up from the south here in Florence County, Wisconsin. We have a chat coming in from Ben here in just a sec.
So we got large hail, trees down, there's quite a bit of damage to this system.
Thank you, Ben. Feel free to, again, get pictures and send them in as soon as possible, obviously, so we can forward those to the National Weather Service Market.
Sounds good.
So reports of damage and hail in the Alpha area. His reception's good.
Sounds good.
He's very spotty out there. Getting a report out here from Ben. And I'm solo today here on the stream, so there's a lot of stuff I'm kind of fixing here and getting in. So the severe thunderstorm warning again remains in effect till 3:15. Rotation wise, still somewhat there. Again, we're going to be watching now for another merger coming in from the southwest. And if these storms merge and do what they think they're going to do, we could see more rotation pop up, kind of similar to what we saw the first merger about a half hour ago, which also produced now confirmed wind damage from the Alpha region. Looking back at the Marquette cell now, actually, we will go ahead and take a look at that. That is starting to do a little bit of a bowing out feature here near the radar site. Also starting to become a little bit of a transient supercell itself. This is going to be tracking south of downtown Marquette. Marquette's going to get some nice heavy rain, perhaps a light hail. But we'll have to watch out this storm right here near the radar site near Palmer, as it's also trying to do that same thing it's doing with the cell down to the south, where you get that hook feature, likely indicative of some nice inflow and RFD winds within the storm, which would kind of induce some rotation on it. Again, this would be heading off to the east, over eventually into far eastern Marquette County. We're just going to get pretty close to the airport here, the Marquette Sawyer International Airport, probably north side of the runway. As this tracks off towards County Road NU and Station Road. Keep that in mind. We'll watch that one, but right now still watching this cell down here to the south that is currently warned for 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. I mean, what an afternoon it has been so far here in the Upper Peninsula on a day where there is a level 1 risk for severe weather. We're seeing this nice 50,000 foot tall supercell storm, similar to what we see in the plains in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. So a little bit of a rarity, but it's not uncommon per se, but it's very rare. We do usually don't see supercells like this in the Upper Peninsula, but it can happen when the ingredients come together, and we have seen the ingredients come together today. Storm is continuing to merge. See how it interacts here soon. New scan just came in. Velocity is looking a little bit weaker now. Let's hopefully it stays that way. Again, the storm is now moving out of the Alpha and Crystal Falls region, so good news there. It's still going to be raining and thundering and lightning for a little while, probably another 10 to 15 minutes at least, as these storms are slowly moving off to the southeast at 20 to 25. Next up is going to be Dickinson County, and there's your new warning popping in on the bottom of the screen. So severe thunderstorm warning is now in effect. For Dickinson County. We'll see if it pops in here in just a second. Give it a while for the orange box to pop on. Any second now. They're extending it pretty far downstream, it appears. So there's the new orange box coming in. So here's what the warning text reads. National Weather Service Marquette has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Dickinson County, southern portions, and northern Menominee County and south central upper Michigan until 4 p.m. Central. At 2:54 p.m. Central, a severe thunderstorm was located near Florence, or 10 miles north of Iron Mountain, moving southeast at 50 miles per hour. So it is picking up the pace a little bit now. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail are possible with this storm. So 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-size hail. Expect hail damage to vehicles and wind damage to roof siding and trees. Locations impacted by this new severe thunderstorm warning include Iron Mountain, Kingsford, Norway, Felch, Powers, La Branche, Hermansville, Foster City, Wilson, Spalding, Niagara, and Nadaw. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. They do not have the tornado possible tag on the storm at the current time. So we'll go back and look at velocity. Again, it's kind of a jumbled mess right now, going through the process of merging into a storm that's coming up from the south. And again, when these storms merge together like that, that can induce more severe hazards. As a precaution, a severe thunderstorm warning has been extended 2 counties downstream, all the way from southern Dickinson County all the way over to Powers and the far eastern edge of central Menominee County. So almost over to Schaefer and Escanaba, which is in Delta County. So it does appear the storm is going to stay together for a while now. We'll go back up to the Marquette radar, as it appears the rotation here, or the winds here, are starting to become a little bit of a notch. Oh, again, we're looking right in this area here. You see a little bit of that kink kind of sticking out from the line. That's the area where inflow is going to be wrapping into the storm. On a day like today, where the shear is just enough there for rotation to happen, we'll have to watch that very closely. At the current time, though, it looks like it's just a wind risk, 40-mile-per-hour winds. Top right of your screen is Ben's cam. It is currently low signal, so that it's actually from his YouTube feed. He has a YouTube channel, Storm Chaser Ben Richmond, and so he is one of our chaser partners here at Michigan Storm Chasers. That is his YouTube feed essentially, and that is his connection lost cam. So that's why you see the dancing cat up there. So keeping an eye on that storm. The severe thunderstorm warning has been trimmed from Alpha and Crystal Falls officially, so no longer in the threat, Alpha and Crystal Falls. So good news there. Bad news is this is still heading into some very, very populated centers here in Iron Mountain and Kingsford, heading eventually down towards Norway as well. The storm will primarily stay along and south of M69, most likely. So Felch and points south is kind of that northern extent for this severe thunderstorm here in the UP. So giving a zoomed out view on the weather ongoing here across the UP. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect now for Dickinson and Menominee. Trimmed for southeastern Iron. It's just a tiny little corner now. We do have that special weather statement in Marquette County, central Marquette County, just south of downtown Marquette, Northern Michigan University. Heading off towards Dearton. Eventually in the vicinity of, if we can stay together, Elger County, which would be Munising, Christmas, and other surrounding communities such as Chatham. That's that cell right there. Putting down quite the downburst. And again, this storm that was exhibiting some rotation in Iron County is now moving into Dickinson County. terms of the hail core, go ahead and kind of map that out right now. It appears it's directly on Jewel Lake Road near Hermitage Trail. About to cross over the county line, and it turns into PV Falls Road. This is very, very close to the border of Wisconsin and Michigan at the current time. Still trailing just a little bit south, but with that merger coming in, that could kick it back a little bit further to the east. Again, the entirety of Dickinson County, southern half, is in a severe thunderstorm warning at the current time. Appears we have a new mesoscale discussion coming out, or did come out. Did I miss it? Not seeing it. If you live downstream from these storms, feel free to find ways to receive warning. Obviously, we'll be live as long as these streams stay severe warned. For Dickinson County here in Menominee eventually. But we do recommend the Emergency app by the Red Cross. It's a free app to download. Again, Emergency is the name of the app. You can also download the FEMA app, which also sends out alerts for severe warnings. Wireless emergency alerts on your phone only go off for destructive severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings. So you want to find an app additionally to alert you for other rated severe thunderstorm warnings that are below 80 mile per hour winds and 2.75 inch hail. So again, Emergency or the FEMA app. Additionally, if you have an X account, feel free to follow us on X, MI Storm Chasers. Our alerts are automatically posted when they are issued by the National Weather Service offices around the state. You can also follow the National Weather Service offices on X itself. The one up here in Marquette is at NWS Marquette. So a couple different ways to receive warnings. If you have enough time to go to the store and pick up a weather radio, that is also an option. I have it here, corner of my screen. Hold up here. It looks like this. It's a nice square white box here. It's Midland Weather Radio, WR120, recommended by us here at Michigan Storm Chasers. Feel free to go get yourself one at one of your local hardware stores. I believe Ace has them. If not, if you want to purchase them for a future storm, you can buy them online on Amazon. The radar you see on your screen right now is GR2 Analyst, Gibson Ridge. It's also version 3. It's also a one-time payment. It's pretty expensive. Highly recommend if you're watching on your phone and you want a good radar app for your phone, download Radar Scope. It's a one-time payment of $10, and that app has all the raw data, RAW, spelled raw. Doesn't smooth over data. So when I say raw data, so what you're seeing right now on your screen is raw data. So free weather apps like to make it a little bit different where they smooth the data and it looks like this. So it's somewhat representative and not representative of what's actually falling in the atmosphere, as they kind of combine all those pixels together and make a jumbled mess. The pixels are actually the raw data that shows you what's falling at that location. So you'll never be led astray with an app that has raw data, whereas if you have one that has smothered data, as it's called, sometimes the smothered data is very, very, very low res, and so sometimes it doesn't pick up on something that's very, very light rain, or because the resolution is so low, it doesn't pick up on very, very small storms. So again, Radar Scope is a good app to get. If you want a PC app, obviously GR2 is good. You can also get Radar Omega as well, but that is subscription based. All great options as long as they're showing raw radar data. The radar apps on your phone, again, they show the smothered data, which is okay, but it's not the best. So if you ever are like, hey, it's raining at my location, but I don't see anything on radar, it's probably because you have a free radar app and it's smothering the data essentially and not showing you the raw data, the pixels as we call them, as shown on GR2 here. So good idea to go get like Radar Scope if you don't have it on your phone. And real quick, we do have Radar Scope's merch on our weather store. Feel free to go check it out, helicity.co. Additionally, you can also purchase MSC merch and other weather-themed merch there as well, as these storms continue to roll across the UP. At the current time, nothing really menacing looking on the radar at the current time. Still watching the storm up near Marquette for its inflow region. But at the current time, still a strong storm, but not severe. I'll say that, and I'll probably see a severe thunderstorm warning pop up on the bottom of the screen. Appears, yeah, the mesoscale discussion has come in. Isolated damaging gusts and some hail risk possible. Weather watch is unlikely. Winds 60 miles per hour or less and 1.25-inch hail are the main hazards with any storms this afternoon in the Upper Peninsula. This mesoscale discussion reaches all the way over to the edge of Luce County. So Germfast is about the border of that. So from Grand Marais down to Germfast, down to where U.S. Highway 2 meets M77. So really that M77 border is where that mesoscale discussion cuts off. So if you're anywhere to the west of M77, severe weather is possible this afternoon.
Hey Joel, quick update. I'm just south of Mastodon. I'm having a lot of trouble keeping up with this thing. There were quite a few trees in the road, and as I was driving through there was some nickel to quarter-sized hail as it went through Alpha. So there is some damage there. I'm going to try to send some pictures when I can.
Oops. Sounds good, Ben. Thank you very much.
I actually identified a little bit of a path of damage in Alpha. I'm going to go check it out. I don't think... it's definitely some wind damage. Not sure exactly what else could be.
Again, if you have anything suspicious that might look like tornado damage or just wind damage in general, feel free to send that in. Again, when you do have the reception, of course.
Starlink reception's returned, so I'll go back to the damage path and we can do a little look at it.
Perfect. Sounds good. Your cam is live right now for the time being, so we got you. We have a live feed for now until hopefully the reception doesn't cut out.
Sounds good.
Cells are still starting to merge. See what happens here. It's now in the process of now combining, and this whole region is now one big complex. We'll see how that interacts. We go back here to the Marquette radar, and it almost looks like there's a little bit of a downburst there for a brief second. That it was. That is more outflowish now. We did have what appeared to be a little bit of a supercell developing, but you can see it's now turned into more of a Boeing segment here on the left side of your screen. Oops, left side of your screen. So, overall, it looks like it's just going to be a wind threat as this moves through Marquette County, north of Princeton, eventually wandering down towards the airport and Princeton itself. dark clouds and thunder in Iron Mountain. Thank you for that report. Again, if you do have any suspicious-looking clouds, you can send them in to us. Michigan Storm Chasers on Facebook Messenger. If it is what you think might be like a tornado, or we'll just take pictures in general. Otherwise, you can post any cloud pictures to our Facebook community page called Michigan Storm Community. If you have damage, that goes in the Michigan Weather Reports page. It's another community on Facebook that you can join and submit to. So we do appreciate any reports you want to send in that are weather reports from this area. Again, we do not have any cams out there in Iron Mountain yet, but we might be working on some in the future. So stay tuned. We have 10 cameras in the state of Michigan now, and if you do want to become a sponsor of a camera, feel free to reach out to us. Send us an email. Get in contact with Ryan. That's Ryan at MichiganStormChasers.com is his email. Speaking of sponsors, you can also become a trusted partner here at Michigan Storm Chasers. All the sponsors are scrolling at the top of the screen up here. As always, feel free to give them your business. Most of them are storm damage related. And if you want to become a sponsor, you can reach out to Chandler or Andrew. And again, their emails are just their first name at MichiganStormChasers.com. And we are also cutting off, for the time being, all our trusted partners signups starting July 23rd. So keep that in mind. Yes, Michigan Storm Community is the best for non-urgent weather-related posts. If it is a damage report, feel free to send it in to Michigan Weather Reports. Believe. Okay, I am. Let's run a little slow. We are in hour 2 now of our severe weather coverage here across the Upper Peninsula. For this afternoon, July 8th, 2025, I'm Chief Meteorologist Joel Fritsma, alongside no one else. But we do have Ben up there chasing, over there in that corner. In the UP, he is heading back to Alpha to assess some damage that might have occurred, or did occur, I should say. To report some hail and some light tree damage. So we'll hopefully get some pictures in from him soon as he heads back that way in the top right of your screen. As it stands, though, right now, nothing else going on. I don't believe we have anyone else up there. Let's see. Nope. So there's Ben up there, and he's going back to survey some damage.
Hello.
Oh. Did I hear somebody? Is that Ryan?
Mm-hmm.
Ryan?
Hello.
You're quiet.
How about now?
A little better.
Interesting.
I got your cam live.
Hello, guys. I got this. Go ahead.
Okay. I will be back in just a second. Do you want me to leave my radar up?
No, I got mine live.
Oh, perfect. There you go. All right, I'll be back in like 5 minutes, y'all. Ryan's got you for a couple minutes.
Well, well, well. Even on days where no severe is expected, we have pop-up surprise severe weather. Okay, a couple warnings up there. Even some rotation, I believe, that was happening back toward Crystal Falls. The good news is that has, as far as I know,
got some roadway flooding here.
Hopping in here kind of blind, but as far as I know, we have no reports of touchdowns or anything like that. I didn't hear Joel mention checking out damage, so I don't know what that's about. But if there's damage up there that you guys know about, please let us know in the chat or send us a message or use our group Michigan Weather Reports. Would appreciate that. This warning goes until 5 o'clock Eastern, 4 p.m. Central Time up here in the Iron Mountain, Spalding, Harris, Nadu, Felch, and Norway region. This is moving southeast at roughly It says 50 miles per hour. The hazard with this is quarter-size hail, as well as 60-mile-per-hour winds. Looks like Ben is up there as well. He's looking at some flooding there in the roads. I can't hear what he's saying, but I know he's also live on his channel too. So, and yes, even here at Michigan Storm Chasers, we have chasers in the UP. So, further downstate, we can take a peek further downstate. Let's go Gaylord radar. Nothing up there in the Gaylord region. Further south here on the Grand Rapids radar, we do have a couple pop-up showers here in Ottawa and Kent counties around Grand Rapids. Looks like at a township, Wyoming, down here toward Byron Center as well. These are just little pop-up showers. There's no lightning that I see on radar with those. Severe weather is not really a huge concern today. A new statement coming in for Harvey and Gwynn. It looks like they're going to go 40-mile-per-hour winds and pea-size hail up here in the UP. Let's wait for that box to pop in. I believe it's going to be for that northern cell by Marquette. There it is. And yes, I was right. 40-mile-per-hour winds and pea-size hail. A statement is below a severe warning. Sands, Scandia, Swansea, Green Garden, Yalmer, Mangum, Dukes, Lawson, Maple Grove, US 41, Little Lake, Princeton, and Gwynn, all within that statement. 40-mile-per-hour winds as your primary concern. Thank you, Julie, for the super chat. Says putting in a request for Ferris wheel channel emoji. We'll see what I can do. We will see what we can do. So how's it going, guys? It's been a afternoon. Hey, Joel's back.
I am. I know you're probably not connected to Zello, but right before I went away from my computer, Ben had some street flooding that was on there. He reported. He is in the. I think he's still back in the.
You can take me live now if I'm not live, but.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have Zello pulled up, so.
What did he say? Is that damage? Looks like damage here on the screen.
If you got this, Joel, I'm going to pop back out and get cracking lacking on other stuff.
Yep, that's fine.
I'll be in the background, guys.
Everyone say bye to Ryan.
Bye.
So this is one of the trees. This tree is going in that direction. There's more trees going towards my direction. If we go a little bit further,
I was gonna say I just took your cam live, Ben. Or sorry, I took your audio live, and then your cam just cut out.
he's gonna go.
I've got your audio in now, Ben. You can go and speak. Oh, you're back.
Hey. All right, I'm gonna pull over here so we can take a look.
Yeah, can we get out and watch them?
Yeah, you got an uprooted going that way.
Yep.
Right where that one was at coming this way.
All right. Yeah, we're gonna take a look. My service isn't gone, right? It's here. Okay, good. That means we're good. I'm gonna wait for this car, then I'm gonna get out. You guys chill here. Okay. So this tree that fell this direction. Okay, this direction right here. And then over here you got an uprooted tree in this direction. So this tree just got uprooted going that way. That tree fell going this way. And then right here we got a tree that's uprooted in this direction. So they seem to have fallen in different directions, unless it just had to do with the weight or the orientation. But as far as I mean, that's just kind of what I'm seeing here. And then there's additional branches down back here, also going in that direction. So one's going that way. There's the storm. Yep. Pine tree snapped. That tree's facing that. They're facing this way. That could be doing.
So this severe thunderstorm that has impacted the Iron County region of the Upper Peninsula today appears to have maybe produced tornado damage in Alpha, Michigan. For those who are wondering,
Let's go a little further.
for those who are wondering, the tornado count for this year is 29. The tornado warning from Gladwin County the other day, they did not confirm tornado damage yet, so still at 29. If this is confirmed, this would be 30 on the year, but we are still one away from that. Again, it is a little far down the road from Marquette, but again, if that is tornado damage, that would be the 30th of the year here in Alpha, Michigan, south of Crystal Falls, from the supercellular storm that is now taking a direct aim and heading over the Iron Mountain region and Kingsford, which is, I believe, still trying just to hand off further and further south. It's quickly becoming an issue for places further south. So this would be more like northern and northeastern Wisconsin. This continues off towards Dunbar and Pembine as well. So Norway, Iron Mountain, Kingsford, as well as Quinnipiac and Niagara in Wisconsin. All these locations should be on alert for this severe storm, which appears to be heading off further and further south.
Time. Most of them are pointing generally in the direction that the winds were going, or the storm was going. Generally. And then you can see a lot of the tree damage down here in the pond right over here. So then there's tree downs. There was a tree down further back that we cleaned up, helped clean up on our way through because it was completely blocking the road. But that's what we're seeing. Joel, you got anything you want me to show?
Anything that works. It looks like you're good for that location. If you can find other damage nearby, feel free to also send that in. And as always, get pictures because Marquette will probably use them. Oh, and a spotter network report.
Anything that works. It looks like you're good for that location.
Street sign there looks a little bent as well.
All right, I'll be snapping pictures as we go. Look at this one. Here, let's actually pull a little bit further forward. Right here.
Oh wow. Yeah, right there on the right side of the screen.
Yeah, this primarily looks straight line winds, honestly. But what about those back? Those back there? Is that even? Yeah. Oh, vehicle. Road commission's out cleaning. Yep. So these trees are snapped in that direction. Those ones are snapped in that direction. I'm snapping photos as I go here. We'll send them to Marquette shortly. All right, let's head up a little ways. Maybe that road commission truck knows something we don't.
Let's follow him.
Yeah, that's what I think.
More than just chasing the storm.
Yep, this is the other part. Damage survey, cleanup, and also what we've been doing quite a bit. Disaster relief.
Yeah.
That's a big part of it.
Holy cow, look at that.
That looks like it's already been chopped up.
That was excavation.
Excavation.
Oh.
So
That was man done, not God done.
Woo-hoo.
Stupid flies are biting again.
bring them back. Rain stops, the flies come back. That's how it works.
Yeah.
Rains came down and the floods came up. Keep your eye out for any extra tree damage that you might see out here. Because it went right through this area. I'm like straight line winds.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah, but Ben is he has Starlink too, and it just goes to show you how bad the reception is up there, especially when you get into some of the taller updrafts of these storms, which he is still in the vicinity of some of them. He is in Alpha. The storms are off to his southeast, so still kind of nearby. But yeah. Severe thunderstorm warning does continue for Dickinson and Menominee County in the UP. There's a new warning that has also been issued here for Wisconsin side, which is going to be for southeastern Florence and northern Marinette County in northeastern Wisconsin. That is until 4:30 Central. It's the same hazards: 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. And you can see it's trying to do the wind thing again, where it has the reds and the greens next to each other, getting closer together as that storm kind of cycles. Go ahead and look up at our storm to the north in Marquette County, which was statemented. I'm not sure if it is anymore. It does say that it is. I'm going to change radars real quick. Flip it back and forth. Yep, there's the statement. For Marquette, this is for 40-mile-per-hour winds, pea-sized hail. And this storm is moving southeast at only 20 miles per hour. So all up and down this line, 40-mile-per-hour winds are possible. This is heading off and over the airport right now to the south of Marquette, heading towards Little Lake and eventually over into western Alger County. So it appears the severe thunderstorm warning for Dickinson has been trimmed. Actually, the entire storm has been trimmed. You can see the orange box says shrunk down now just to include Iron Mountain, Kingsford, Norway, and Quinnipiac. Extends over to the edge of Hermansville, but not Hermansville itself. It's still barreling that way, but it is sliding further and further south as it continues to hand off to further southernmost storms. It's a right mover, as we call it. And hopefully continues to not strengthen. But at the current time, it is continuing to maintain good updrafts. A lot of the hot reds on your screen there are positively buoyant updrafts, and you can see it's still fairly hot. So we'll keep an eye on these storms as they blossom up. It is trying to rotate again. I will not sugarcoat that at all, especially in the lower levels. Keep that in mind. But right now it's just gusting forward. See the photos coming in from Ben behind the scenes right now. Hopefully we'll have them up on the page soon, but it's all the stuff that you guys have been seeing on stream here. We won't know if that damage from the Crystal Falls Alpha region was straight line or tornado until Marquette sends out a survey crew. But at the current time, we're sticking with obviously straight line winds because, again, until that happens, there's not a tornado that's been confirmed. Ben was in the vicinity, I believe, of Road 420, 424 in the Alpha region. Continuing to gust forward. The entire region of that storm, just south of Kingsford right now. So on the Wisconsin side, but running really, really close to Dickinson County. Go ahead and zoom out. Show you the big picture. There's basically two big cells right now. One in Marquette County and one just south of Dickinson County. Just across the border now into Florence County, Wisconsin, crossing into Marinette County, Wisconsin. That big county on the northeast corner of Wisconsin. And eventually, as it continues to trek off to this east-southeast, be heading towards Menominee County. So if you're in Menominee County, you can see what's on the way. You can see what's been happening so far this afternoon, according to Ben here, who's been chasing the storm all day. And as shown in the warning text, 1-inch hail or greater and 60-mile-per-hour winds, that these storms are heading your way and packing quite a punch. If you're just tuning in, again, time right now is 3:37 Central, which is shown on the bottom of the screen. That means it's also 4:37 Eastern. We have it in Central Time because it is impacting our Central Michigan, or our Central Time Zone in Michigan, here in Dickinson and Menominee counties. If we do get a warning for Marquette County by any chance, we will switch it back to Eastern Time. But right now, the only warnings are in Central. If you haven't followed us already, we do this all the time for no matter where in Michigan. If you're in the UP and the Lower Peninsula, we go live from beginning to end for all severe thunderstorm warnings, tornado warnings, and even, on occasion, snow squall warnings too. So feel free to follow along. Best way to support us for free is obviously by hitting that like button if you like our content today. It also helps boost this content to your fellow Michiganders that might be in this region of the state that might not be aware of our severe weather coverage. Which, speaking of which, right now, just appears to be some sub-severe winds in Marquette County. Excuse me. Looks like we have Ben's cam back live. Perhaps. A little pixely. Looks like we just had some anticyclonic rotation pop up here on the backside of the storm. Keep an eye on that.
Well, if there's something we can fix. Luckily, this wasn't a massive storm, but it definitely did some damage out here. It was right here, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yep.
Something got broken up.
Yep, it was right here.
Yep, they cut it back.
This is where we found that large birch tree and the nickel-sized hail. It's been cleared out as of now.
Yep, they pushed a lot of it back.
Yep. This was blackened completely, and then there was nickel and hail between the sides of the nickel and quarter here. So, silly dude, thanks for subscribing. That's about as far as the damage goes.
Current track of the cell will probably keep us south of Escanaba. Just that tell.
Believe it or not, look at these cells forming back here.
Round 2, let's go!
Let me check the numbers on these. Look at the meso analysis real quick. We've still got 1,500 joules of cape with these ones. No way. Let's see, look. Increased. Actually, not really that good. Never mind. But where's our shear? If our shear is with the other storms, yeah, the shear is focused with those storms that are now. In fact, it enhanced itself a little bit as it went east. That's probably what triggered that storm to get so strong. The shear picked up a little more. This is taking us to
Iron River?
Iron River. And then we can just take Iron River back up.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, I think these storms will probably not do too much. Oh, the storm that was modeled to hit Marquette. Look at that one.
Oh, wow.
It's not severe though, like this one. This one has the best instability. That's why it's doing so well.
I think we followed it best.
Yeah.
Should have got a little more in front of it, though.
Yeah, we should have gone east. We shouldn't have gone to Iron River.
Looks like we lost him again. The dancing cat never ceases to amaze here, Michigan Storm Chasers. Every time Ben's cam cuts out, low connection. As soon as I said that, he's back.
Man, they were.
Slam back on? Okay. I'll turn.
We're probably going to sign off. We're going to call it a day, but it's quite a chase. Things are going pretty well out here in Alpha. First chase in the UP. Pretty impressive. Got to thank the Greens for helping me out today. But it's been a good time. We're signing off. We will see you all next time. Maybe this. It looks like there could be a storm down back in Lower Michigan Friday or Saturday, so we're keeping tabs on that. But for now, party's over. It's time to call it a day. Later, everybody. Give it a few seconds.
Maybe over for Ben, but it's not over for us. We'll stay live here as these storms continue across the Upper Peninsula. So we have lost Ben's cam for the day. He is done chasing. But strong storms continue on. We have one here at the airport, south of Marquette, with a special weather statement for 40-mile-per-hour winds and pea-sized hail.
Joel, I'm turning back and head home. I've gotten through most of the damage. Looks like there's just that one street, so.
Thank you for helping us out today. Appreciate you, man.
Not a problem. See you later.
So Ben is officially off. Again, 40-mile-per-hour winds, pea-sized hail for Marquette County, eventually heading towards Elger. And we have the severe thunderstorm warning remaining in effect for extreme southern Dickinson and portions of Menominee County here, as the storm that's in Wisconsin continues to slide a little bit further south. But it will be heading eventually into Menominee County at some point. I don't believe it's going to continue going straight south, but you never know. It does look like it's still turning south-southeast. If you kind of trace it back from Alpha right here, it's gone like this. So if it continues that trajectory, it might just avoid Michigan. We'll see, though. Probably clip portions of extreme western Menominee. We do have likely some strong gusty winds there just across the border on the Wisconsin side of things. Otherwise, watching some cells refire back here across extreme western iron, far eastern Gogebic. But at the current time, we might be canceling this warning very soon. As a reminder, this warning is in effect until 4 o'clock Eastern. Or, sorry, 4 o'clock Central, 5 o'clock Eastern. My bad. It's already past 4. So we'll keep an eye on it here. There's really not a whole lot we can do except wait and see. Gusty winds heading over Little Lake right now in Marquette County. Also continuing to slide a bit further south, kind of taking a trajectory down M35. It continues to slide south like this one down here. It would be heading towards more like Rock, Michigan, but more so into western and southwestern Alger County. But yeah, we're still watching this cell down here. which does appear to be rotating. And there goes the warning for Michigan. So we are no longer in severe warning ops at the current time. So I think what we're going to do real quick, since we have the time, we'll go ahead and zoom out, loop these, and we'll go through our sponsors of this live stream. Again, what you do here at Michigan Storm Chasers is not free. It does cost us a pretty penny. So we do rely on our sponsors, our trusted partners, to help us out with operations costs here at Michigan Storm Chasers. So feel free to give them your business. Especially if you live in the Lower Peninsula. We don't have any Upper Peninsula advertisers, so if you are watching from the Upper Peninsula, feel free to reach out. Could become a sponsor for the Upper Peninsula. But with that being said, we have a bunch of Lower Peninsula sponsors here to go through, starting with Storm Guard, based out of North Metro Detroit. Lifestyle, based out of Central Michigan. And again, as we roll through these sponsors, feel free to write down the numbers, and you can always pause the stream, take a screenshot, or rewind it and go back to it. We also have Katz Roofing and Siding, based out of Lansing, Potterville. Pro Powder, for all your powder coating needs, based out of South Haven. Got Mike Hayes, Roofing and Siding, based out of St. Alex St. Clair. McKay Tree Specialist, based out of Southeast Michigan. And Kuiper Tree Care, based out of West Michigan. Also have FBI Buildings for all of your barndominium needs across the Lower Peninsula. On Top Roofing, Livingston County sponsor. For all of your commercial roofing needs, Schneider Commercial Building Solutions, based out of Lansing. Also based out of Lansing, Shield Public Adjusters. Top Gun Roofing and Exteriors, based out of West Michigan. A-Class Construction and Restoration, based out of Mason County up there near Ludington. Rainbow Restoration of West Michigan, based out of Kent County. Rapid Radios, our premier sponsor. Getting all our Rapid Radios set up here for all of our chasing comms, all things Michigan Storm Chasers. Shout out to them. And lastly, Guardian Technologies for all of our Skynet cams across the state of Michigan. Thank them for setting them up for us. If you need security cam needs, turn to Guardian. Those are all our sponsors. If you want to become a sponsor, get in the email. You can contact Chandler or Andrew. It's literally just their name at MichiganStormChasers.com. Chandler is Chandler, and Andrew is spelled Andrew. Additionally, you can also reach out to us, our general email, contact@MichiganStormChasers.com. As it stands right now, the cell that made quite the impact, actually, Ben's report officially got put in from Crystal Falls. Social media report, core size hail and alpha. Time estimated via radar, so there you go. Goes to show you that our reports do get submitted to the National Weather Service and they are inputted into their database. So if you do have any hail reports or damage reports from Iron County today or Dickinson County, feel free to send them in to us. We'll relay them over to Marquette, the National Weather Service in Marquette, and they will insert them into their database. What else? Oh, yeah, the storm in Dickinson, or south of Dickinson County now, should stay. It's going to be heading towards Menominee County at some point. But you can see it continues to turn to the south. And so as a result, they have issued this severe thunderstorm warning for Wisconsin that goes all the way down to just to the east of Middle Inlet and McAllister in Wisconsin. So the storm is continuing to slide off to the south. National Weather Service has issued a severe thunderstorm warning here for Marinette County. In northeastern Wisconsin, 6-mile-per-hour winds, 1-inch hail still is the hazards there. And we'll likely need a new warning very, very soon for Menominee County, western Menominee County, and southern Menominee County as it continues to slide into the vicinity. It's also still rotating. We'll go ahead and take this full. See the reds and the greens kind of curling around each other here. Over Pembine in Wisconsin. We'll have to continue to watch out for that. At the very least, likely some nice downdraft winds of about 60 miles per hour ongoing. So if you live up here in the Wisconsin side, Feel free to take shelter into your room, lowest floor, until the storm does pass. It's the waiting game at the current time. Feel free to let us know where you're watching from tonight. How are you enjoying today's weather? Now, for those living in the lower peninsula, it's been a rather clear day. A couple clouds this morning, a couple early rain showers as well. The lower peninsula, as well as in the UP as well. If you're looking for things to do, you can also come join our Discord server, discord.gg/Michigan Storm Chasers. It's free for anyone to join. Just make sure you follow the rules upon joining. They are there for a reason, so make sure you follow them appropriately. And you can also send in damage reports from today into the Discord. We have a channel specifically in the server called Damage and Survey where you can submit those reports. Do got some Menominee County folks watching today. Our UP presence is not that big, so if you do want to like and share, show you care with your fellow Menominee County residents, feel free to do that. I do appreciate it. Most of our following is from downstate, southern Michigan. But again, we do cover all 83 counties, so when warnings do happen, even in the UP, we are here tracking them live. As it stands, though, right now, no severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. Technically, we could hop off. Again, we do cover from beginning to end, but we won't do that yet. We're going to just wait and see if they issue a warning for Menominee County. I will say the storm has weakened considerably since it was plowing through Iron County, but again, with how unstable the atmosphere is today, with temperatures out there in the 80s and even 90s, dew points are also surging here in this part of the state of close to 70 actually across Menominee County. It's something to take into account that these storms are kind of just fueling themselves with kind of just untapped instability out there today. So kind of a sneaky surprise severe weather day out there. And we did issue a limited risk, which is a level 1 of 6 this morning on our Facebook page. So it wasn't out of the question that they would get severe weather up here, but nevertheless, we had it verify across Iron County. And here we are. Iron Mountain itself, Kingsford, down to 69 degrees with that rain shower passing over. 79 down in Marinette. 72 in Escanaba, wind off the lake there. 72 up by the airport, south of Marquette. 76 in Munising, 71 in Manistee. Working our way over to the east side of the UP, 74 in, I think it's Rudyard. And then 72 up in Sault Ste. Marie, depending on what side of the river you're on there. Now you probably saw on your screen an alert pop up for a special weather statement. That is actually going to be for this cell up here that's continuing to surge a little bit to the southwest. And that is putting out quite the winds now, just to the east of Little Lake. This new special weather statement in effect for winds of 40 and pea-sized hails, kind of extension of the previous one. Locations impacted by this new special weather statement include Trinary, Rapid River, Gwynn, Scandia, McFarland, Lathrop, Little Lake, Kaiva, Diffin, and Karlshend. Please don't make me repeat those cities. That was a lot of ones that were very tough to pronunciate. But if you know you live in any of those cities, even if I pronounce them wrong, I do apologize. You are in this new special weather statement box that you can see on your screen in tan. Severe thunderstorm warnings continue here on the Wisconsin side of the Menominee River. Warnings for severe weather are indicated by the orange outline you see on your screen. We're watching closely for an extension of this warning as it heads eventually into southern Menominee County. And as it stands right now, there's a lot of hail tumbling around in this storm. You can see if we switch it over to correlation coefficient. Once again, the reds and the purples up here, that's all normal rain. You switch from reds to oranges and yellows and greens. Even some blues in there. That's likely some hail that is tumbling around. We'll go ahead and take a 3D scan behind the scenes just to see how tall that hail core is, and lo and behold, it is up at 32,000 feet. So tapping into a lot of that super cool liquid, a lot of that very naturally unstable atmosphere. And when you have those two factors combined, along with a couple others, you're going to get a nice hailer like this, which is ongoing in Wisconsin, but we are watching it as it heads towards Menominee County. So watching these two storms real close. We'll loop them for y'all. And yeah, we're going to take a 1-minute silence break to rest your ears. Again, no severe warnings in effect. We do have a statement for Marquette and Northern Delta County. We'll be back at 4 o'clock Central on the nose. So take a minute for some Zen. It's now 4 o'clock Central Time. I am Chief Meteorologist Joel Fritsma here in the top corner of your screen. Hello, everyone. You can follow me on Facebook, Meteorologist Joel Fritsma, if you want. I'm also on I also have a Facebook or an Instagram page, Meteorologist Joel Fritsma as well. Not many people follow it, but it's there. And we are tracking a couple strong thunderstorms across the UP today. Also going to take a nice sip of water. Thank you for reminding me, Julie. I'll do that. Thank you, Austin, for letting us know. We do have an update to give you guys here. You can see that the color of your severe thunderstorm warning box on your screen for Marinette County in Wisconsin has changed colors. The reason being is that they have updated the warning text. And again, for those who don't know, you have severe thunderstorm warnings. Now, they come in 3 different levels. Now, no matter what level you're in, you're going to want to be taking shelter from it. Excuse me. But they have just upgraded this from the normal severe thunderstorm warning, level 1, to a level 2. The reason being is this severe thunderstorm warning now remains in effect until 4:30 Central for northern Marinette County, as golf ball-sized hail is the new hazard with this storm. For those who are wondering, golf ball-sized hail is 1.75 inches in diameter, and the thunderstorm damage threat is now considerable. So it is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning is the official text of it. You can see that here on radar. Correlation coefficient is spiking out the back side, so there's some good hail returns coming in this storm. So if you are downstream from this cell, it is slowly moving in towards Menominee County. No warning yet, but if you're in, I would say probably Kearney south down US 41 towards Daggett, Stevenson, Ingalls, all the way down towards Marinette in Wisconsin. That entire corridor here, this storm is sliding off to the kind of southeast, south-southeast, So again, golf ball size hail is going to put dents in your cars for sure. I can tell you firsthand. My car, back in, I think it was April of 2020, hit a hailstorm down in Plainwell. Dents are still on it to this day, and that was 1.75 inch hail. So that is verified falling at this location. It's going to cause some dents. So you do not want to be driving in this. If you are, make sure to take shelter, or definitely take shelter away from windows if you're out driving. Pull into like the nearest establishment. Otherwise, if you're just in the middle of the road, pull all the way off to the side of the road as far as possible. And as always, do not park underneath an overpass. Again, you want to be off the road as much as possible or in a business. And here comes the warning popping in now. You can see on the bottom right side of your screen that hail size is going to be 1.5 inches in diameter. So it appears we're getting a new severe thunderstorm warning for some large hail. And there it is. The National Weather Service in Marquette has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for west central Menominee County and south central Upper Michigan until 5 p.m. Central. At 4:02 p.m. Central Time, a severe thunderstorm was located near Pembine in Wisconsin, or 17 miles south of Iron Mountain. Moving southeast at 30 miles per hour, this is ping pong ball sized hail, which is 1.5 inches in diameter, and 60-mile-per-hour winds. People and animals outdoors will be injured. Expect hail damage to roofs, sidings, windows, and vehicles. Locations impacted include Stevenson, Daggett, Swanson, Nathan, and Banat. To repeat, 1.5 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. So the center of the cell, sorry, I was getting a little post in here. The entire meso itself is rotating, but that's going to happen when you have a supercell like this. The entire structure, the entire meso, is going to rotate around itself, so it's not actually translating down to the surface that well. But it's something to consider. At some point, it might be closer to the Green Bay radar, but I don't think that's the time yet. So 6,100 feet, sorry, 6,000 feet off the ground there. Marquette radar, a little bit closer from the Marquette radar for the time being. So that core right now is right where you see these pinks and even these blacks on radar. This is 65 dBz. Really anything over 55 dBz. Again, radar intensity is measured in dBz. Anything over 55 dBz is going to be indicative of some hail as long as it is in the freezing layer. Taking a 3D scan behind the scenes. Let's see what we got. Hail core up to 31,000, 32,000 feet still. So that is tapping into a lot of that supercooled liquid. Right now, as it moves in towards Menominee County, it's going to be tracking into the County Road G18 vicinity. Let's see if I can find any other roads out here. And State Road. All of these roads have no names, which makes sense. These are all kind of two-track roads out here. And also number 29 road. So a couple roads that I was able to mention. County Road 577 is a north-south road that runs pretty much the length of Menominee County here on the west side of the county. That is something to keep in mind. That'll be crossing over here on the north side, north of County Road G18, and probably the next 5 to 8 minutes at the earliest. Keep that in mind. I see Escanaba watching from Escanaba. This should stay south of Escanaba. This is tracking off to the southeast. Escanaba, you guys are good there. We are watching the cell to the north, but this is also going to stay away from y'all in Escanaba. So getting split right down the middle. It's a good sign. We are watching the storm as it heads in towards Menominee County. And in fact, the rotation is picking up here, y'all. Right here is where the reds and greens are meeting together. We'll flip it over to base reflectivity. You can see how there's a little bit of a notch that's kind of forming here. So if you kind of loop it back and forth, just trying to do a little bit of inflow into the region. So we'll keep an eye on that. It is going to get gusty and likely be throwing down some ping pong ball sized hail soon. So protect your head. Stay away from any exterior walls with windows or exterior walls in general if it is producing damaging winds, especially if those exterior walls have trees next to them and they are likely to fall in that direction. If you do not have a basement, preferably we would want to be in a basement, interior room, lowest floor, protecting your head with a helmet, a pillow of some sort, anything soft really. If you don't have any if you just have a one-story building with no exterior rooms, or sorry, no interior rooms, a bathroom will be your number one spot, and jump into that bathtub. Protect yourself with a mattress overhead. Again, you want to be making sure you're protecting your head at all costs. We always talk about blunt force trauma being a big concern when it comes to things falling, and that is the case in all severe weather days. Newest scan continues some very large hail into the vicinity of Menominee County. So the center of the rotation is going to be traveling actually very close to County Road 356 near 27.5 road. So south of that intersection there is where the rotation is going to be. The hail is going to be further north though, as that is with anywhere on the north side of a supercell. If you know anyone in the path of the storm, southern Menominee County, especially Daggett, Stevenson, Banat, Ingalls, feel free to share this as soon as possible. Again, this is 1.5 inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds heading into the vicinity. It appears we may have some issues on Facebook right now. So if you're watching on Facebook, it seems like there's slow connection issues ongoing. If you're watching on Facebook, you want to hop over to YouTube, feel free to do so. That's what we recommend. Number one, when we're spreading our live streams to everyone, we always say go to YouTube. Reason being is you don't need an account necessarily. You can watch on YouTube for free. If you go on Facebook, you do need an account, unless you find a way to kind of finesse the system. But YouTube will always be free. You don't even need an account to watch. If you do have an account, if you have a Google account on YouTube and you haven't subscribed yet, feel free to do so. It is free to do. And on top of that, every once in a while, we do give away memberships for our YouTube subscribers. So make sure you're subscribed. We're on the road to 100K by the end of the year, potentially. So you want to hit that subscribe button, help us get there. And on top of that, I do dance every time we hit a 5K milestone, which I do still owe one. So I might do that at the end of this stream today for hitting 55K. But that is neither here nor there. We have a storm, I should say a supercell, moving into western Menominee County at the current time. Here in the southern portion of the UP with ping pong ball sized hail. So again, as mentioned, spread the word. Or as the rhyme goes, show you care, like and share. If you are up in Marquette County, north of Rock, we have a cell, a mesocyclone that's just kind of zooming around itself right now. Also showing a little bit of signs of a downburst ongoing, especially here along Little Lake Road in the vicinity of Little Lake itself. This is heading towards Trenary, or Trenary, one of those two. And maybe sliding south of Chatham. So north of Rock, heading towards Trinary, and south of Chatham. It's already passed through Little Rock, or not Little Rock, we're not in Arkansas. Little Lake, which is near Princeton. Winds probably still being felt, but the storm is continuing off to the east. Cell continues to wander a little further south, but it is now trickling in across the Menominee River and into southern UP. Rotation continues, albeit broad, and 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1.5-inch diameter hail remain the main concerns on the Michigan side. Again, the warning on the Wisconsin side is for golf ball size hail, which is 0.25 inches larger. Either way, this is some destructive hail ongoing. You do not want to be out in this. If you're out with a bare head, you will get probably concussed by some of the hailstones that are falling. Again, just imagine it as a bunch of golf balls hitting yourself in the head. That can leave quite the welt. And speaking of first-hand experience, again, 1.75-inch hail does put some dents in a car hood and in your car in general. So if it can do that damage to a car, it can do that damage to your head. So make sure you're protecting yourself away from windows as well. You don't want glass flying in your eyes. And you don't want those hailstones hitting you in the head in general if you're living in western Menominee County at the current time, south of Kearney. See how the radar from Green Bay looks. Still a nice supercell look to it. Go ahead and update the storm motion on this since it has changed. It's 323 at 26 now. There we go. That's much better. Much better. There we go. A little bit of rotation, but not strong by any means. So good news there. Hail could be falling now directly on Miscano Island Lane at State Road. Starting to see some of these pinks trickle in to the area, as well as Mislana Creek Road, Mislana Creek Drive, Mislana Creek Road, Mislana Creek Lane. All of these Mislana Creek stuff out here. There's really no other roads, just a bunch of private roads. Eventually be trickling over towards number 35 or number 30 and a half road. That's it. Also had another hail report come in from earlier in the extreme southeast corner of Iron County of 0.7 inch hail that fell here near Upper Dam Road. So a couple hail reports out there today verifying the hail risk. See if we get any more as this heads off into Menominee County. We'll talk about tomorrow. Maybe later tonight. We'll see. I'll at least put out probably like a little bit of a bulletin on the page tonight. So if you're following us on Facebook, tune in maybe later tonight for a little bit of a brief update. I'll probably be in a post form. Not sure about video. But There's a marginal risk possible tomorrow, or there is a marginal risk of severe weather tomorrow from the Storm Prediction Center, I should say that, which is their level 1 of 5 on their scale. As cells pop up kind of everywhere and anywhere tomorrow, humidity is going to start building in tomorrow for portions of southern Michigan. It'll start to get into the 70s as we roll into Thursday. So humidity and heat back for the weekend. Another weekend of advances ahead of us here in the state of Michigan for your summer. With how much moisture's out there, I see there's a question about flash flooding potential. That is definitely a possibility. P watts are pretty high, especially with dews in the 70s starting to move in. That is something we'll need to watch, especially if cells are moving slower than usual, kind of similar today where we actually did see some street flooding out here. That was, I believe, back near Gastro when Ben was on his way to the damage in the Alpha region. So overall, it's been a pretty normal low-end severe risk day with one cell doing all the dirty work. But as it stands right now, the same cell is going to do dirty work part 2. Or it could be, if you are in western Menominee County. Cloud tops on these are up at 43,000 feet. Likely higher if we go into a different radar. Still a nice hail core inside of it. Just flipping through all the products here. We do have a new, probably just saw that report come in from the Wisconsin side. Marinette, Wisconsin, 3 miles east of Pembine, 1-inch hail fell there. So if you live here in western Menominee County, if you know anyone living in western Menominee County, again, our UP outreach, not so great, but we would like to reach out to more UP Michiganders, so feel free to like and share with your UP friends and family, especially those living in Menominee County right now as this heads towards Daggett and Stevenson down the road. 1.5 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds are possible. And again, we do live severe weather coverage for both sides of the state, northern, southern, 24/7, 365 days a year as we can. We have not missed a warning since the the end of 2023. So all of 2024 and so far in 2025, we have been live for literally every single severe warning in the state of Michigan. So if you're new here, feel free to follow along. We love what we do, and we want to keep you guys safe. For those who don't know, we are live on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch TV, and X all at the same time. So if you have a preferred platform, feel free to watch on any 4 of those. Mike is making me hungry in chat, talking about ice cream. That's not fair. I want some. I kind of wanted... Oh, I do have a popsicle downstairs. I could go get one. Let's see. No problem, Mary. Happy to help out. Hopefully, you guys pretty much avoided it there in Iron Mountain. Kind of slid right around you, so got lucky. Nice compared to Delta County earlier. Let's see, how many likes are we at on YouTube? If we get to 400 likes on YouTube, I'll go get a popsicle. But I'm not dying for one, so you don't have to. It's fine. Cell is now about 30% into Menominee County. Still tracking down State Road, about to cross over 27.5 Road. Very interesting names for some roads out here. I'm also hungry. I kind of just need food in general. I don't think a popsicle will do it. It's okay. Inside joke here at Michigan Storm Chasers is every time there's a severe warning, every time one of us here on staff goes to eat, a warning pops up. Which, to be fair, there's already a warning in effect. So, wouldn't be jinxing it if I got food right now. But I won't do that. I'll wait. but y'all are making me hungry. It's not fair. Wind-wise, inside of that storm, still a nice area of decent wind gusts ongoing. Trying to still wrap up some rotation, but at the current time it is all in the upper levels. So again, that whole mezzo, the entire structure itself is rotating. None of it's really translating to the ground right now as it stands, just more broad and loosely based as this moves into Menominee County. They are all forestry roads for sure, yes. There's here on our map here, Mary, we hover over these black lines that tells us the road name, and about 50% of them, they are not even named at all. So it definitely makes sense, especially up there in the UP. It's very popular for snowmobiles and ATVs alike. Y'all need to stop with the food chat. It's not fair. Latest scan just came in. We're looking for these purples on the base reflectivity radar. That is your intensity of the rain. The hotter the colors, the larger the raindrops. Switch over to our velocity radar. That's our measurement of winds. We're looking for reds and greens close together for either a downburst or perhaps even a spin-up tornado. There's some reds mixing in here, but we'd also want these reds and greens to be a little bit brighter if we're looking for anything in the way of rotation, which there's not a whole lot. There's a decent amount there. Sufficient, I should say, is the word. ZDR, which is your updraft strength. The hotter the colors on here, the more positively buoyant the atmosphere is. So when you're looking at the reds and the oranges and perhaps even the yellows, that's positively buoyant. And then you get into the grays and the blues, that is negatively buoyant. And you get into the greens, and the kind of the cyans, that's neutral. It's important because where you have positive buoyancy, that is where you're able to get these storm clouds higher and higher in the atmosphere. Again, it's lift, your lifting mechanism. Teasing me. The food. So again, 1.5-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds for western Menominee County. It's the only warning in the state. We are still watching a special weather statement for 40-mile-per-hour winds and pea-sized hail as it tracks down. I believe that's 41. It is. So it'll eventually be heading towards Nama and Manistee eventually. Can hold together. That's another thing. Also have a couple cells starting to pop up across Menominee County and Oconto County, I'm guessing is how you pronounce it. Those are also heading off to the east-southeast. So those will be a non-factor for Michigan. It's just this big one right now that is heading towards the Stevenson area. If you're in Stevenson, you have probably no more than 8 minutes until the most intense of the winds and the rains on top of you. About 4 or 5 miles, maybe even 6 miles outside of town. And if it's moving off to the east-southeast at about 50, then yeah, it'll probably be there about 8 minutes. So we'll go ahead and loop the radar. Two cells ongoing across the state. And we'll take another 1-minute Zen break. Enjoy it, everyone. We'll still talk to you in here in a minute. That was your 1 minute moment of silence. Looking here. It appears that our warning... Yes, okay, so our considerable warning has expired for the Wisconsin side. So this is now just a Michigan problem. Fortunately. Still trying to do something funny. But the current time, it looks like it's just a hail threat. Correlation coefficient. There's your hail core, right there. Again, where those reds and pinks change to the yellows and the greens, and even some light blues, is your hail core. So it's out here on a bunch of roads that are not named. We have Broberg Lane number 23. This is the closest road here. Again, this is still tracking towards Stevenson and Ingalls. That's the main core here across the southern Upper Peninsula. So see some hail cores popping up in those two cells in Wisconsin as well. Otherwise, no hail really in this line up to the north. Correlation coefficient believes this is basically all rain. Just a heavy rain for sure. I think we're going to change to the Green Bay radar just to give it a look. Just to see. Go ahead and storm motion vector 323 at 26. It's already that. Okay. Sorry, just talking to myself here. Keeping an eye on the Menominee County area. No other places in the state of Michigan right now have a severe thunderstorm warning besides this little peninsula of the state. And we are watching the east side of the state tomorrow for perhaps a similar mode of storms. A couple cells could pop up, become strong or severe. But again, one severe warning, one special weather statement. Special weather statement up here in Marquette, northern Delta, southwestern Alger, in effect until 5:45 Eastern. 40-mile-per-hour winds, pea-sized hail. And we got Stevenson here in the warning. That's until 5 Eastern, 4 Central. Again, you'll notice the bottom of the screen isn't Central Time, as that is where the only warning the state is currently in. Menominee, Dickinson, Iron, and Gogebic counties all are all in Central Time. Everything else is in Eastern. Let's see what we got. It's not a very well-defined downdraft in here. However, 3D scan says cloud top still up at 25,000 feet. That's still very impressive. Someone's doing the Menominee to Menomina Do, 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 do. I see that in chat. It's a good one. Welcome to the team, William O'Neill, becoming an EF1 member at Michigan Storm Chasers. Appreciate you very much. And if you also want to become part of the team here at Michigan Storm Chasers, support operation costs, you can go ahead and hit the join button at the bottom of the screen. Make sure you're subscribed first and foremost. We get the join button, and there are 6 different tiers you can join, from it's like $2.99 a month to all the way up to like $99.99 a month. Those upper tiers, you also get like a free Midland Weather Radio and some free merch as well for the first month. So if you want to become a larger supporter, feel free to do that. Otherwise, the smaller tiers are also available. And as always, if you just want to support for free, a like goes a long way, and a share goes a long way. So feel free to do that if you have been watching for a while. We want to make sure that we're staying live and getting all this information out as quick as possible, and just remaining live so everyone can kind of just see the radar here in the state of Michigan, specifically in the Wisconsin-Michigan border region. And these cells in Wisconsin are all rotating. Boom, boom, boom. What does Mezzo have to say behind the scenes? Oh yeah. Definitely rotating. Now the one up here in Menominee County is very, very broad, but it also looks very bright, so it could be very gusty in a very wide location. I realize I just said very a lot of times, but just to kind of get the point across. Damaging winds and ping pong ball sized hail are possible in this storm. Intensity of that cell is just a big old purple blob heading right into Stevenson. Cedar River would be up next. I don't really see any other cities out here, as well as Ingalls. I should stay south of Powers. New severe thunderstorm warning here in Wisconsin for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds for a set of duo cells from Breed up to a couple miles southwest of Krivitz. Those cells will stay pretty much outside of Michigan. Yeah, they're sliding south, so they'll stay at the very least Marinette in Menominee. We'll have to keep an eye on those, but I believe those are going to slide south. Menominee could get split if these two cells go around it. Fingers crossed that happens, but either way, portions of the UP are getting blasted by this 1.5-inch hail right now, which I believe is still true. Nope, they actually downgraded it, y'all. So 1-inch hail is now the hazard. I will say shear vectors, just checked them out behind the scenes. Shear vectors in this area, still a lot of decent amount of changing of wind with height, kind of similar to what we saw with the supercell back when it was in Iron County. The shear vectors are still there and favorable for perhaps a little bit of rotation, especially on the Wisconsin side where you saw those two cells that are now severe warned heading into Coleman, Wisconsin, eventually towards Marinette. So still possible. Just checking on some more vectors behind the scenes here. Yeah. Okay. So the cells that were also back off here that were reforming in Iron County have actually dissipated. It's reaching into that atmosphere. So fun fact here is that atmosphere has already been kind of used up for the day, essentially. It's kind of like, again, I like to use this analogy a lot. Is the atmosphere is, it's like a full gas tank. It gets recharged every once in a while, and then you use it by, having storms in that location. So it runs out of empty in certain locations. These storms that were forming in western Iron County have now moved into eastern Iron County over Crystal Falls and turned into just normal rain showers. And that's due to the fact that that cell that is now down in Menominee County used up all the energy. We need more energy for taller, robust storms, and we're just not seeing that right now across Iron and eventually probably into Dickinson County, which is also seeing some rain-cooled air. It's a fun fact. Orange box on your screen is a severe thunderstorm warning. The tan box is the special weather statement. Both of these cells have shown signs of weakening, but they are still They still have some sort of issuance on it, so it is important to take this seriously. Make sure you're inside, away from windows, if you do have a statement or a warning in your location. Specifically Menominee County right now, in the rural parts there, just to the west of US 41. This is now entering Stevenson within probably the next 2 to 3 minutes in terms of the heaviest of rain, if not already.
Hello.
Hi, Chandler.
I know.
Welcome in.
How are you?
Tired.
Yeah. That's fair.
Just watching this one morning, heading towards Stevenson right now in Menominee County.
I see. I see. Is my camera on or just never?
Let me pull it in. I have you in, but I do not have your screen on yet.
Should have it now.
Yep. There we go. Everyone say hi to Chandler. He's below me right now.
What? Whoa. I don't know about this blow stuff. What's going on? What's up, everybody? A little severe operations. I am wearing the pink
Oh, wow.
Michigan Storm Chasers t-shirt today.
Didn't realize that was a thing.
Oh, it is. A little sneak peek for everybody watching. We're going to be updating our merchandise here soon with a brand new provider, updated logo, and a new site by
I noticed the Michigan has the white outline around it now, which makes it a lot better for visibility. It's pretty cool. Julie says she needs it.
It's coming, Julie. It's coming. And you can buy a pink one on our Holicity Design store.
Just for a little bit.
Sorry, I had you muted.
You had me muted
Yeah,
the whole time.
I guess so. I had my desktop audio muted because Ben was coming through twice, and so I had to mute one of the sources.
Perfect. I don't
So,
know.
go ahead
Andrew
and-
wanted to pop in here. I don't know if you want to quick set up a video link with Andrew before you take a quick break. That way Andrew can pop on.
Well, I'm good. You can go through your spiel again though about the merch.
Yeah. So we are. Yeah, Joel's grounded. I like it. We are going to be switching our merch provider here soon. The new logo with the white lettering. This was one of the sample ones that I received, and I'm very excited about it. This is some really, really good quality. I have a green one here too, just to show off. Green one here as well. And I've got a sweatshirt on the floor. So boy, oh boy, some little hail action for a little bit, huh?
Oh yeah, a couple 1-inch hail reports, including from our very own Ben.
Really?
Yep, he was out chasing in the Iron River. He was up near Amasa earlier, went down the Iron River, and then shot over to Alpha, which is where the damage came in from. Some trees down, some facing in opposite directions, but he also saw some hail as well.
Interesting.
Yep. I believe Ben posted it on Twitter, or sorry, X. His account, I think, is GLWX_, maybe. So if you all want to check out the hail, did we end up posting it on our page as well, or is it just on Ben's right now?
I don't know.
Okay.
Julie, there's going to be so many colors to pick from. You have no idea.
Very nice.
A little marginal action. Kind of interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't see it coming today, and then it was marginal, and I was like, okay.
Y'all were so busy grinding, I was like, oh, there's a limited risk today. You never know. You could see one storm pop up something, and lo and behold, verified as such.
Yeah. When Joel says we're busy grinding, usually during the day, Ryan and Andrew and I are busy doing stuff that's not page or streaming related. And so we were cranking out all that stuff today. We got a lot of fun stuff coming. You guys are gonna love it.
It's exciting times. Oh, that's interesting.
Kind of interesting.
We just had a nudge happen. At the wise words of Cameron Nixon, we have a nudger to the east of Wasaukie, Wisconsin, heading towards McAllister. And if this continues its current track, this would track right to the south of Ingalls, between Ingalls and Menominee. It's right here on the backside here, circling it in the box. A little bit of a hook, kind of aiding into that supercell development. Also similar to these cells down here that are also showing some weak rotation. Just what's happening in the atmosphere out there today. There's a little bit of weak spin, but it is just enough for these storms, which are upwards of 45,000 feet, producing supercellular. I don't know what the word I'm looking for here is.
Characteristics?
Characteristics, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, if you want to leave radar there, go take a 5-10 minute wander. Do what you need to do.
Okay.
I can hold it down for you for a little bit.
Okay. I'll probably be back in like 2 minutes.
It's fine. Take your time. I'm not in any hurry. So
Alright.
Make sure you mute your mic, but not me.
Yep. I got you.
All right, everybody. You're stuck with me now. My apologies. was surprised to see some hail reports out of the UP today. I didn't really, well, not to say that I didn't think it was going to happen, but it is what it is. Chat seems kind of dead. Where's everybody at? Everybody say hi. Unless he just can't scroll, because I can't see the chat completely, I don't think. I see people saying hi now. Okay. Yeah. Keep the greetings and salutations rolling, everybody. Hello. Everybody tell me about your day. It's Tuesday. How's everybody's Tuesday? Mine was busy. It's my wife's birthday today. Looks like we have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Menominee, Michigan for 60-mile-an-hour winds. The new merch will be available soon. Very, very soon. I'm in the final stages of getting them made.
I'm in the background, Chandler.
Oh, you're here again. You know, I'm very happy it is my wife's birthday today. She deserves a great birthday. She puts up with me all the time. Can you imagine?
We got the information on this latest severe thunderstorm warning coming in, Chandler. It's for southwestern Menominee County until 5:45 Central. At 4:49, a severe thunderstorm was located 7 miles southwest of Stevenson, or 19 miles north of Marinette, which is in Wisconsin. Moving southeast at 20 now, slowed down from 50. And they're continuing the 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. Locations impacted include Menominee, Arthur Bay, Wallace, Ingalls, Carbondale, and Birch Creek. To repeat, 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds.
Tracks. Hope you guys haven't been beating up on Joel too bad today. He's been doing a marathoner. He's been doing a good job.
Why, thank you. I might have gone to grab a popsicle. That's probably why it went severe.
A popsicle?
Yeah.
You know, I've got a couple of those orange creamsicles in the freezer. Now, I'm not a big orange creamsicle guy, but when I saw them at the store last week, I was like, listen, these are calling my name.
They're low-key underrated.
They are low-key underrated. And they're some of my favorites when I'm in the mood for them. But if I'm not in the mood for them, then they're repulsive.
It's true. I guess I'm grounded. According to chat
Joel's
here.
super grounded.
Yep.
Well, I don't know how to help you there, unfortunately. A little bit of scattering in there.
I think that nudger has completed, and it's downbursting right now. Rotation wise, I don't see it anymore, but it looks like the core just kind of exploded on itself.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
I see the sherbet pops were mentioned in chat.
Those are good.
They're not bad. Also, severe thunderstorm warning also just came in for the McAllister area in Wisconsin. That makes sense given that warning kind of goes around McAllister, given the Menominee River curves through there. That looks like some very intense winds now moving into McAllister, if that is actually ongoing.
Do you think that it is winds, or do you think that's more of a hail spike on the velocity?
It could be a hail spike. Again, with that nudger that pushed into the backside of the storm, that definitely could be the possibility. Let me look at the hail core real quick on the 3D scan. Oh yeah, that thing is up still at 26,000 feet for the hail core. So not bad.
Just because it's been a long time, we'll bring Mr. Oscar Bear on the stream here. Oh, buddy. Just say hi to everybody. Yeah. I know, you're unhappy because I picked you up and you're not a pickup cat. I know. Oh, yeah, see, but you just got to show the people how much fun you have, huh? Yeah, big guy. See, he's happy. This is happening in the very southern tip of the Upper Peninsula near Marinette, Wisconsin. But it is in Michigan, in Menominee County. And we will be live until it is no longer severe or it crosses state lines. Psst, psst. Hi, Bubs. You gonna say hi now? Right here.
Yeah, that's definitely downdraft. Definitely downdrafting right now, or hail spiking right over McAllister. That is confirmed at about 4,000 feet. Oh, no. 4,500 feet off the ground. So anything below that, we actually don't know what's happening, but it appears that when that storm nudged into the backside, it really ramped up the winds / hail spike. Again, that will track through McAllister on the Wisconsin side, and then track into the US 41 corridor on the Michigan side, south of Ingalls.
Yes. The Marquette area, I think it looks fine for the rest of the night, don't you, Joel?
Yeah, those cells have all moved out of the area. There's that one that was special weather statement. That's all the way over heading towards Steuben right now. No more statement on that. That was allowed to expire about 10 minutes ago. So just a heavy downpour at the current time. Could be a little bit of pea-sized hail mixing in, but nothing in terms of wind. Just watching this behemoth down here in southern Menominee County at the current time. For lack of a better
Cruising
word.
its way on through. I wonder if there's any McAllister weather cameras that we can access.
I'm back on the screen. We here.
We out here. So what do you think, Joel, the chances are that those make it to the Frankfurt, Manistee, Ludington area this evening?
I don't believe they will. Of course, there could always be they could always surprise us. With a supercell that big, it's definitely a possibility. But I think, just given the properties of Lake Michigan, I believe that would probably fall apart at some point. Again, thunderstorms are still possible tonight, but I don't believe they're going to be severe at all, like what we've been seeing today or across the UP. So it could definitely survive, but in terms of severity, not likely.
I agree with that.
It's also starting to. They were isolated in nature. These three cells were, and now they're starting to kind of congeal into a line. That northernmost storm is still a right mover. It's crazy to watch how that storm has progressed throughout this live stream. It started all the way in western Iron County. It was going straight east, and then as soon as it hit US 141, it went straight south-southeast, went around the west side of Iron Mountain, continued along the border of Wisconsin, Michigan, and is now all the way down here in McAllister, Wisconsin. So it went from on a track across the UP to latching on, turning right, and going all the way down into eventually what will be Door County, Wisconsin, which is the pinky of that state.
That's wild. We've seen storms do funky things in Michigan before, but just doing a 60-degree southerly turn is not something that normally happens no matter where you are. I will be right back.
Okay. So it looks like the warning has been canceled for the Wisconsin side. Curious to see if the Michigan side does too. I would say not yet, just given that there's still a hail spike on the storm. A little bit early on the Wisconsin side of things, but if they see something that we don't, and that's what happens. The storm is still up at about 42,000 feet in the atmosphere. So still a very, very tall storm. And a lot of pinks and blacks mixing in here, where DVZ values are at 68-ish, give or take. A lot of 3 Cape out there today as well. That was helping fuel low-level instability mixed with our surface-based vorticity. In fact, our 3 Cape got up to 200 earlier. Yeah. It was up to 200 joules. Again, we really need any number that's 75 or higher probably. So it was double what we needed, really, maybe close to triple. That was right when that storm made that right turn, headed through Alpha, Michigan, where we saw that potential tornado damage. I won't say it was tornado damage, but potential tornado damage, if at the very least straight line winds. Again, that was Alpha, Michigan, which is in Iron County, back off to the northwest of this location, currently shown on radar. Are you muted, Chandler? Chandler? You're muted.
I don't know why I was muted.
You were saying.
I was just saying it's not one of those potential tornado things where it shows like a tornado on the ground doing damage and people are like, oh, look at this potential tornado on the ground doing damage. It's like, well, you know,
Yes.
the good news is southern lower Michigan where I live, severe chances are minimal.
Yeah, severe chances for lower peninsula won't really increase until tomorrow. A low chance across the east part of the state, central and eastern portions of the state. It's a marginal risk. But yeah, we'll keep an eye on it. We'll have more information after the stream is done, likely in the form of a post. Once a cell does move on to Lake Michigan, we will be good to probably go for the night.
What that means to everybody watching is Joel can get food without the worry of a new severe warning.
Yes. I should be able to, unless that cell that's over here in northern Delta County decides to go warned again. But that is kind of away from the stronger ingredients right now. It's outrunning its instability field. So hopefully.
That's still a pretty impressive DBZ core, though.
Yeah, on the storm south of Ingalls.
Mm-hmm.
Thankfully, no major cities in the path. It kind of skimmed most of them. Again, there's this whole corridor of US 41 here with a bunch of different towns up and down, especially Stevenson and Ingalls. Those are pretty major towns, and at the very least, it just skimmed Ingalls. The heaviest of the core is about 3 or 5 miles outside of town to the south.
The dune grass never saw it coming.
So I guess a quick recap today. We have been live now for, I just realized this. I literally just looked at the time. Shannon, we've been live for almost 4 hours.
Wow.
Yeah. No wonder why I was starting to drag a little bit. But this started right around, it was about 2 o'clock this afternoon, Eastern time, 1 o'clock Central. And it started in Iron County. A bunch of cells popped up across the US 2 corridor. And one went severe, and it pretty much stayed severe. There's a couple instances where it dipped into Wisconsin. We only had special weather statements, but throughout the majority of its life cycle, a 4-hour storm that went from Iron County to Clipping, Dickinson County, and now all the way down here in Menominee County. As we stand here, just around 6 o'clock Eastern, 5 o'clock Central, about 6 minutes past the hour, and we're about probably 15 minutes away from this being completely on Lake Michigan, moving into Door County, Wisconsin. So we'll probably be live for at least another 15 minutes here.
Yes, Michelle, this is technically in the UP, although it is very close to the Wisconsin border. It is just over the Highway 41 corridor, Menominee County, headed towards the Chambers Island area. It's not every day you see just a hailer track, you know, as the crow flies, according to radar scope. 107 miles.
What did you say about 107 miles?
Said it's not every day you see a hailer in the UP and Wisconsin border in July track 107 miles.
Yeah.
During peak heating hours.
I mean, all that being said, it was a supercell of all things too. And it was upwards of 50. I saw it from the Grand Rapids radar at one point because it's too close to the Marquette radar to see the tops, but it was up at 56,000 feet earlier, which is insane.
Wow.
Yeah. So.
That's a big storm.
Mm-hmm.
I'm surprised I don't have any pictures in our DMs about it.
Yeah, I mean, if anyone out there has pictures from these storms today, has any damage reports, feel free to send them to us. We'll take them. You can send them over Messenger if it's a damage report. Otherwise, you can drop it in our reports page called Michigan Weather Reports on Facebook. If you have any fair weather reports, you can send them to Michigan Storm Community. Those are 2 separate pages that we run on Facebook. If you aren't on Facebook, you could also join us on Discord, on our Discord server, discord.gg/Michigan Storm Chasers.
I get a call coming in here, Joel, so I'm going to pop off.
Okay.
Everybody, I will see you all later.
Everyone say bye to Chandler. He gone. Wind's still gusting right now on this severe storm that is currently warned for 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail. Remains in effect till 5:45 Central Time, so it's got another 35 minutes on it if it doesn't expire before then. We'll stay live until this storm is off and away onto Lake Michigan. Again, our storm singular, this big cluster here in the central portion of the UP to the east of Highway 41 now. This is just producing some heavy rain. As you can see, everything in this area on the correlation coefficient radar is purples and reds. So that is a sign that everything is pretty uniform in nature out there. There's no spikiness of hail really popping down, except for maybe some pea-sized hail right here on Forest Road 8064 in rural northern Delta County. It lines up very well with this pink spot or base reflectivity radar, which again is the intensity of the rain that is falling in this location, just the normal intensity. You can kind of see how intense this cell is from the Marquette radar. There's a lot of pinks, purples, and blacks on that. And again, that is DBZ values of close to 70. We'll go ahead and zoom in on this, try and find a pixel of the highest nature. I see 68.5 DBZ. Again, anything really over 55 or 60 is where we start to see hail form. So that's a pretty powerful cell, and it continues to likely put down some hail. As you can see, a lot less of the purples and pinks in the center of the storm, moving towards Lake Michigan, south of Cedar River. That blue box you just see pop on your screen here is a special marine warning. It's basically the equivalent of a severe thunderstorm warning for boaters. It tells you to get on shore, find safe harbor. So if you know anyone on this portion of Lake Michigan, offshore, Central Bay of Green Bay. So I guess it's technically Green Bay itself. Central portions of Green Bay until 6:15 Central. Small craft could be damaged in briefly higher wind gusts. Wind gusts of 50 knots in large hail are possible. That's a very powerful storm. Again, you can see it right now in Menominee County. Speaking of Menominee County, Stevenson and Ingalls has been trimmed from the severe thunderstorm warning, so this now just includes Menominee. And if the storm continues in this current track, it's going to maybe just miss Menominee. We'll see. Just hanging out here, waiting for the storm to move on to Green Bay / Lake Michigan. Heading towards Door County, Wisconsin. Temperatures in this side of the state right now in the mid-70s. So decent lake breeze out there. If you're in the lower peninsula of Michigan, where it hasn't been cloudy today, temperatures in the 80s across the state. 84 in Grand Rapids. 82 in Cadillac, 77 in Gaylord, 79 Grayling and Houghton Lake, 74 in Alpena, 81 in Bel Air, 73 on Mackinac Island, 75 at the Sioux, and 76 in Rudyard. 64 in Marquette right now, 65 over in Ironwood, 68 up in Houghton, and 56 degrees is the cool spot in Michigan today. That is in Copper Harbor, similar to what we saw yesterday. Yeah, we'll be good here soon. Do we have any Youpers watching right now still in chat? I know there's a couple people watching from Menominee. Let us know if you're still watching. It definitely could make another southward turn, excuse me. The way this storm has been making a right turn all day long, and it appears like it still is as these cells start to pop up a little bit further to the south now and kind of merge into it. So it looks like Menominee is on track to at least see some heavy rains. You can see off to the left here, off to the west near Porterfield, and that is starting to fill in. And again, anywhere where you see these reds and pinks, that is some very, very heavy rain ongoing in that side of the state. We do have a chance at some strong storms on Friday and into Saturday, especially on Saturday, with how much humidity, moisture is going to be out there. We'll have to see if the front aligns perfectly enough. Right now, as it stands, only strong storms possible. We mentioned it on our Facebook page. Again, our Facebook page is Michigan Storm Chasers. Feel free to follow us. Closing in on 440,000 there. We mentioned it on our Facebook page earlier that strong storms are possible this weekend, Friday into Saturday. We did not mention the word severe because we are unsure yet as to whether or not some of these ingredients can line up with the timing of the front. Simply put. Either way, thunderstorms are possible for the weekend. If you have a weekend plans out at the lake house or have any weddings, birthday parties, camping trips, you name it, Saturday is going to be the day to watch. And again, especially in the middle of July, a lot of people taking vacations this time of the year. If you're going elsewhere in the state, unfamiliar grounds, it is important and imperative that you memorize the map and what counties you're in as you go. So that way, if you're watching severe weather coverage, you kind of know where you're at and you kind of figure out how close that storm is. Something we haven't really mentioned too much this summer, we usually always mention it coming into severe weather season, is we want to make sure you guys know where you're located on a map. So when we're doing the severe weather coverage, especially in bigger events, thankfully we haven't had any bigger events since I think it was May 16th was the last one, or early June. We want to make sure you guys know where you're at on a map, because you guys have seen the comment sections on our busier days. I mean, right now there's I think only like 500 of you guys in here right now between all three of our platforms, so smaller crowd today. But when it gets very, very busy, and we have hundreds and thousands of people asking where they're located and where, if this place and that place can get hit by this storm and that storm. Well, number one, we can't tell you exactly what places are going to get hit by a storm unless it's like within 5 minutes, 5 to 15 minutes down the road. Number two, if we took all the time in the world to answer all of those questions, there would be zero time to track the storm itself. So that's why we don't really answer those questions when it comes to those big severe weather days. Again, we just don't know, and it also would take up so much time. We just track the storms that are severe and what cities are in the threat. So if you know you're in those cities when we mention them, then you know you're in a threat for these storms. So right now, Menominee and south of Cedar River, I believe it was, are the only cities in the threat. If you're not in those two cities, you are good right now. For example, just using it as an example, as a severe storm continues across extreme southern Menominee County, warning expires in about 28 minutes, unless the storm moves off onto Lake Michigan / Green Bay sooner. But yeah, you should always know where you're located on a map, especially if you are traveling away from your home base. Don't want to be caught without necessary warning You don't want to go on like a 5-mile hiking trip when there's storms 30 minutes down the road. That would be not good. The velocity on the storm has really degraded. We're getting to the point now where they could almost cancel this warning. It looks like the hail core is also starting to gust itself out, although we just had that 1-inch report come in. Quarter-sized hail in Wallace, Michigan. Source public. I don't know if the person that is watching there or who lives there is watching our stream, but feel free to send it in to us if you do have 1-inch hail reports to send in. Time, location are the best things to do, and if you're measuring hail, putting it in your hand is okay, but everyone's hands vary in size, so we always tell you to put a ruler next to it, or some sort of coin. Take a quarter, a dime, penny, any sort of ball as well. A ruler, a ball, or a coin, something round that is accurate to measure. We'd say pop can, but every pop can also varies in size depending on the ounce. So, food for thought if you ever are doing some damage reports. Works the same for tree branches, I guess, if you want to measure the diameter of a tree branch. But otherwise, time and location are the two main factors. As accurate as possible, if possible. Cell forming near Lansing. Let's go check on that. Again, normal thunderstorms expected today across the state. There isn't. Yeah. Take a look at that. Again, it has not been statemented, so we haven't had our eyes on it at all today because it hasn't been statemented. It hasn't been warned. It has a nice outflow boundary on it, though. Wind-wise, nothing really going on. So this is just a normal garden variety thunderstorm tracking into Lansing right now. We also have some rain showers just offshore of Lake Michigan, not doing much anything else. So that is the only thunderstorm in the state of Lower Michigan. Let's go up to the northern half of the Lower Peninsula. Bunch of boundaries on going out there, but no storms. Let me zoom up to here, back up here into the Upper Peninsula. Just got the storm. It's continuing to back build down to the south. Why? There we go. Just wonder what was going on there. Might just do my probably do my dance for y'all here shortly after this stream is wrapping up. Again, all the sponsors have been shouted out. If you want to go check them out, they're always scrolling at the top of the screen up here, as well as all of our other information, like our Facebook page. You can join the nearly 440,000 of you guys that are following us on Facebook. Also follow us on Instagram up there. But again, all the sponsors always scrolling across the top of the screen. And we thank our sponsors very much for keeping operations going here at Michigan Storm Chasers. We also want to shout out our moderators in chat today that have been sticking by my side for the last 4 hours and 7 minutes. Did not expect this to be a long stream by any means, but we were treated to one cell that has gone for 4 hours across 3 different Michigan counties. This is what happens when we have a supercell that strong. We don't get those too often in Michigan. But what they do, they're usually slower in nature, and they pack quite a punch of continuous winds, hail, and the occasional tornado, although today we haven't really seen too much of that, except for maybe back by Alpha, Michigan in Iron County. So again, thank you, mods, for putting up with the stream today. Thankfully, there's a slower one out there. Not too many of you guys misbehaving in chat. They will bring out the band hammer if you are misbehaving, so make sure you're not doing that. And as always, if you have been watching us today on any of these platforms, feel free to follow us on Facebook, Twitch, X, and YouTube especially. Those are the 4 platforms we live stream on. You can also find us on TikTok, Instagram, Threads, and Blue Sky. I think there are other 4 platforms, all at the username MIStormChasers if you would like to follow us on any of those. So feel free to check it out. So yeah, these storms are moving southeast very slowly. They sped up for a little while, and now they're back to 20 to 30 miles per hour, and they're moving on to Green Bay towards Door County, Wisconsin, in the minutes to come. Probably the hour to come. So close. We're almost there. Julie was rudely awakened earlier. Sorry. Didn't have any control over the weather, though, you know. Let's see, other things to plug real quick as the storm continues through southern Menominee County. This is, again, tracking right down US 41 right now. It's about 3 minutes outside of Menominee, the heaviest of the rain. Probably starting to get the sprinkles there. The winds, again, could be up to 60 and 1-inch hail, but this current time it looks like the storm is starting to rain itself out, become subsevere. Ways you can support us monetarily, I will always mention this in the stream, is you can always send us donation via Venmo. You can also, well, our Venmo is MI Storm Chasers. You can also become a Patreon member, get forecasts every day. It's up there on the top of the screen. You can also become a YouTube channel member here by hitting that join button at the bottom of your screen if you're watching on YouTube. Otherwise, you can subscribe on YouTube for free. And there's a way to donate on our website. If you just want to do a one-time payment on the website, it's michiganstormchasers.com/support MSC, I believe. So all optional ways you can support us here at Michigan Storm Chasers. Don't have to. Feel free. Feel no need. But we do appreciate y'all if you have supported in the past and continue to do so each and every day. Otherwise, again, as mentioned, a like and share goes just as long as a way to help the word get out to fellow Michiganders so that they may also get severe weather coverage similar to you guys. Thank you for reminding me, Julie. We haven't really promoted the link tree much this year with our Amazon wish list, but if you do want to gift us gifts, in our link tree that she just linked in our YouTube channel, link tr.ee/MI Storm Chasers, I believe it is. Yes. Feel free to send us stuff on our Amazon wish list. It's there. If you want to send us stuff, feel free. Feel no need, but usually we have like a bunch of snacks on there if you want to gift us food and whatnot, so that way we can trigger more warnings. But that's besides the point. If you do want to donate things, it's also equipment in there, not snacks. Totally an option. All helps with the streams. Give back to you guys at the end of the day. So again, appreciate you guys very much. And again, we're about 20 minutes, maybe less, away from this severe warning being dropped. Can we add a Ferris wheel on there for Ryan? We can't, but you could go into the Amazon wish list and add an item, and then add a custom item like a Ferris wheel toy or something. I don't know. He would appreciate it either way because he's going to get it. You can do that and then take the one item off the wish list that was on there, so that way you can actually send the one item you want to send, which is a Ferris wheel. Obviously, no full-size Ferris wheels; those would be too expensive, unless you are not going to get on Amazon. Because I don't even know how you'd be able to put that at its place. But either way, our severe thunderstorm warning has been dropped. So guess what, everyone? We are in the clear. Everyone, we can clap, take a nice breath. We are done for the evening. For now, of course, severe weather pops back up, here in Michigan. It happens all the time. We are still watching the cell, some light hail moving across Delta County. But this cell is toast for Michigan. It's 4-hour and 12-minute lifespan. It was actually technically longer because it was stated like 30 minutes prior to it going warm. So about 5 hours it's been alive here in the state of Michigan. Is finally leaving the state. So we are in the all clear. And as promised, I will go ahead and take the green screen here real quick. So, for those who don't know, turn that a little bit. Oh, we are up in the sky right now. Let's fix this. Usually, at the, oh gosh. What has happened here? There we go. Every time we hit a milestone on YouTube, every 5K, I do a little bit of a dance. Sometimes it's impromptu. Sometimes it's whatever dance is on TikTok nowadays. I do that sometimes, and I haven't done mine for 55K on YouTube. And we're actually closing. I think we're about 1,000 away from 20 or 60K on YouTube now. So if you haven't subscribed yet, that's the next milestone. Lo and behold, it's what I do. just something I started since the beginning days on our YouTube channel. So I'm going to give you guys a little bit of just a dance to end the stream. Again, thank you guys so much for watching. If you want to hop off now, hit that like button on the way out. No one else is in here again today. Usually we have like Ryan or something to officiate this, but it's just me. And so, yeah, I guess I'll dance. There is a little bit of a dance on TikTok right now, as some of you guys might realize. It's very fun to recreate. Obviously, I'm not going to play the lyrics to it because it's copyright. So I'll stand up. I'm sure our mods will probably will probably be, I don't know, recording. But yeah, I'm just trying to think of how it goes here. I think it's. Oh wait. And then dab. Something like that. It's on. I haven't really memorized it, but I saw it on TikTok, and it was very, very funny. For those who are on TikTok, they know what exactly this dance was. And I'll give you a gritty to end it. So there you go. That is your dance for 55K on YouTube. If you haven't subscribed on YouTube yet, go hit that subscribe button right now, because we're closing in on 60K, and you get to see me dance again. So that's just what we do here at Michigan Storm Chasers. We're not always serious. If it's, you know, if there's things going on, obviously we'll be in our serious mood. But since we just got all clear, you can see above me there's no warnings in effect. You can see on the bottom bar there's no warnings in effect. We are good for tonight. Again, light hail still possible here above my head, this side, north of Nema and Garden, as that sail pushes across the UP. But overall, again, tonight we are expecting this to be a sub-severe night. And then tomorrow, we're going to be watching for severe weather in the east portion of the state. So that would be over towards Detroit, Flint, Lansing, over towards Bad Axe, Port Huron, all those places in the thumb. You can go on the Storm Prediction Center website and check out that risk right now. We'll also have more details on our Facebook page and probably our X and Instagram pages also tonight. So make sure you're following us on at least one of those, and we'll have all that information out later. But for now, I'm going to hop off, grab some food because I need it. Hopefully that doesn't trigger any more warnings. We'll catch you next time here at Michigan Storm Chasers. And yes. Thank you, Summer. Just reading the comments here. Thank you guys for tuning in for the dance and for all the live coverage over the last 4 hours and 15 minutes. Appreciate you guys for tuning in, trusting us for live storm chasing and severe weather coverage here on Michigan Storm Chasers. We appreciate everything we do for you guys. And thank you guys for supporting us for the last 3 years. Again, we're hitting our 3-year anniversary officially. I don't remember what the exact date was, but we've been doing this for 3 years now. The live stream coverages started about 2 years ago. So we're happy to do what we're doing, and we're only going up from here, so feel free to follow along. We'll catch you next time here at Michigan Storm Chasers. Y'all have a great night, and we'll catch you next time. Take care, everyone, and we'll see you soon.